Everyone, welcome to yet another session on PMP. My name is Mukesh and I'll be your teaching assistant for today. If I'm loud and clear, please respond I guess on the chat window. Thank you so much for the information. So let me go ahead and provide you with the link to download the project management. This was already shared yesterday, but we still do more request to this. So here is the just I'll share the link. Yeah, you can click on the link and you can download all the project management. And the present to rise to our trainer. How are you?
I'm good. Tell me.
Yeah, good to hear that. Yeah. So, what do you now?
Okay. Th- Thank you. Good morning, Sachin Goswami here. Hey guys. Come. Um. Just, hey Anderson. Yeah. James. So we're gonna have a quick review of what we did yesterday and probably from the beginning today's session is to complete the integration management today, and let's see if we can do a few things about the scope, right? Today I believe we were at the number three, which was about the project management framework. We started with the project flow diagram, where we left over this week, and it was about understanding the work performance data, work performance information, and work performance report. Our process that how things happen there, right? How, and we took an example of that 10 cubic meter and 8 cubic meter, if you remember. Talked about the definitions of work performance data, information reports, and saw how they work. Uh, then we went to the processes in which we talked about the project phases, the project gate, process groups, knowledge areas, right? Action between all five process groups, that how they interact at what stage, what process starts, right? Uh, and okay, so you can hear me, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we also talked about the sequential projects and overlapping projects, in which we saw that the entire, all the process groups can repeat themselves for every phase we go through, the phase that we do, right? Uh, so we talked about the sequential overlapping phases. We talked about the predictive life cycles, which was the plan-driven life cycle, with iterative or incremental life cycles, which is about adaptive or agile life cycles. And we talked about the agile mindset, right? Was more or less, was the content. Then went back to the process map. We understood how it is divided, although we know it, pretty much from the day one. I talked about the common inputs that we have. So we essentially talked about the environmental factors, we talked about the organizational process aspects, the management plan, the work performance data information. So that's the chapter number 3, and we finished that chapter. Started off the project management processes chapter. You know, project management processes was more to do with understanding the process map, the map that we have. So if you remember, I told you how would you read a process diagram. You know, what are things which are given outside the rectangle, what they mean, the things which are given inside the rectangle, what they mean, right? The color codes, the legends. We talked about those factors, and then we essentially talked about that. What are the inputs for various different process groups, and what are the actions that you take as a project manager. So we talked about the inputs and action taken for the initiation process group. We saw it for the planning. We saw it for execution, monitoring, control, right? So these were the things that we did in lesson 4, right? Uh, so these were a couple of chapters, and we were about to start the management, in which I give you a, just to give you a broad, we discussed a few things about the production methods. Right? So in which we said that there are constraint optimization methods, and then there are uh, well-driven methods, just like cost to benefit methods, right? And which includes motherboard peer reviews, which includes uh, financial models, which includes benefit to cost ratios. So these were the things, some of the things that we discussed, that based on the amount of power which are vested to the project manager may or may not have a to play when it comes to selecting a project, right? And if he is a part of selecting the project, then you should be knowing that what are the ways and means, right? So the constraint optimization methods, just like goal programming, Monte Carlo analysis, and all that, not out of a detailed study when it comes to PMP, but you remember those, right? And about the multiple, in fact, I took a walk 6 days of Israel, right? So uh, I do that. You need to go and read the 6 days, the concept of 10th man. You guys do that? Yes, that's pretty good. Good. Okay. War of 6 days. And to yeah. So when you read that War of 6 days, yeah, not only the Arab, that was the collide force of Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iran, sorry, Iraq, right? And of course, the Syria. So these were, yeah, Israel, Israel, you know, South Egypt, and Saudi Iraq, Syria. Yes, those were the 5. Those 5. What I wanted you to read that to explain the war strategy. It of I can get the class recording as well. Do you let know how to get those? Okay, okay. Chandra, yes. So what you do is you need to wait for some time, because that takes 40 hours before that records are available. So just wait for another day, and those recordings available with you, so you can load and hear them, right? Good to have yesterday's session, right? So that is how. So you to read was, you know uh, it was big, not because of the war strategy that Israel had, but because of the need of the concept of 10th man, because that would connect you back to what motherboard does here. So what it's gonna do is, now sorry the question, I'm attending all sessions, but my attendance is shown as 0 classes. I just on the very first day when we were elaborating on the LMS, I told you this thing. That you attend all 8 classes that would be marked as one. So, so the moment all 8 classes, your attendance would be marked as one attendance. If you had multiple classes, that would be attendance, 3 attendance, right? So it's not per session, it's all the sessions put together. 8 from one teacher is one attendance. So that's the thing. Okay, now is I'm gonna share my screen with you guys very quick, and we're gonna start off with the integration management, which is the for today to start off with, right? And in which we'll further discuss these points, right? Uh, the points that we have here, the 10th man, and all those factors, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and share my desktop with you. I can see my desktop, so I have just shared it with you. So can you see that? That's visible, right? Very good. So we're gonna begin with the PMP certification training lesson number 5, project integration management. Ladies and gentlemen, objectives. So what are we gonna do in that? In the project integration management, we will also identify key roles of project manager, the team members, and the project sponsor. We explain various project selection methods, describe integration management processes, 7 of them, identify technologies used in project integration management. So these are objectives for today. So you start off with the definition of integration management. Yesterday I said that what do we mean by integrate? We mean to combine, to unify, to coordinate, everything, yes, everything into a layer. Why? Because the layer where the project manager is going to work, right? So he not be working in various different areas, although he need to go to scope, he need to go to schedule, he need to go to cost. But was he would is that he would buy all of that and a complete project management plan, right? So the project management plan, the second process in integration management is one of the most important processes. Why? Because that would give you a complete project plan that you may be, uh, uh, maybe deriving by using Microsoft Project or Primavera or some other project management tool. Right? So when you go into the project, you prepare your project plans, correct? Now, and as one of the project management plans, because you have information about your scope, about your schedule, about your cost, about your quality, about your resources, about your, about your communication, procurement, holders, all into inside a single plan, right? This happens, right, guys? You agree here? So that is project management plan, right? So what we will make in this chapter in integration management, and then you go into the execution. You take only the project management plan and the rest of related data, which is coming out as a result of the execution. You manage it there, right? Similarly, variance analysis. You do the variance analysis. We do the variance analysis as per the project management plan and the data that we have, correct? So rather than multiple of those areas and do the analysis separately, what we do is we eventually do all that, analysis for scope, sketch, everything, right? But we do it as a combined form. So we do it as a single group, right? As a question from Gaurav here. Hi Sachin, can we say that integration management knowledge area summarize the work done in all other knowledge areas? That is what I'm trying to suggest here, Gaurav. Correct. So that is. Okay. So if you start with the definition of integration management, you would see the project integration management includes process and activities to identify, to define, to combine, to unify. Oh my goodness. Is that the same thing that I said, right? Identify, define, combine, and unify, and coordinate various processes and management activities, right? So project integration management is how you work that requires project manager to manage interdependencies, the other knowledge areas. It deals with the resource allocation, balancing the complex demands, examine alternatives, tailoring processes to organizations and project needs, manage interdependencies among the project management knowledge areas, right? So if you talk about integration management, so this is how you are managing the project actually, right? This is where you are managing the entire project, ranging from the resources to balancing the stakeholders' demands to examining the alternatives to tailoring the processes. Everything is happening here, right? Management ensures continuity across multiple knowledge areas, right? So is that the same thing I said? You take all those knowledge areas and you make a harmony and a connection and manage them as a single unit. Now, in nature with links among processes requiring integration too. So this particular slide tells us that why integration is required, right? Why do integration is okay? We combine and unify, but why do we do that? To ensure the deliverables and due dates are achieved, because the deliverables and due dates cannot be achieved only by going into schedule. So you need the other elements as well, right? So you need to unify them. Plan for managing the project, ensuring proper knowledge is used and available to the effort when needed, performance of the efforts, train changes to project, integrate decision making across knowledge and process groups, identify and collect the work performance, monitor and control the work performance, implement risk strategies across efforts when indicated by the events or performance, and manage communications and engagement and effectively manage the phase transition, right? All that, if you just visualize that with respect to the projects that you do, you would identify that it is the complete project management happening as a single group here. You have yes, the complete management, right? That you ensure that deliverables and due dates are meeting, you ensure that you have a plan to manage the project, you ensure the proper knowledge is used. So everything is happening as a single group here in the issue management. For the roles of the project manager, the team, and the sponsor. So the role of the project manager is the key role of the project manager is to integrate various activities of the project. So this is the guy who integrates all that stuff, right? The team's role is to concentrate on completing the project activities. So these are the people who are taking the activities and tasks from the project manager. I mean, so the project manager is delegating those activities to them and making sure that these activities are fulfilled. So this is what the project team does. Now the sponsor. Now there are a lot of people who actually think that the project manager is the guy, a project sponsor is the guy who gives you the money and then go back and sleep. No, that's not his role. His role is to protect the team members and project team from unnecessary changes and loss of resources. Now, project sponsor in fact has a pretty crucial and important role to play when it to the projects, right? He not be a passive guy. He a very very active. Just like so that reminds me of one of my sponsors. So back at PepsiCo when I was doing those projects, I had this gentleman called Green. Right? So he was from Ireland. Irish and Irish are they're fighters, right? So these are the people who take the things down, right? So that was my big strength. Using the money, he not only sponsors my project, but he used to make sure that there are no necessary changes done. There is no on the team morale, and he would come back and keep you boosting, right? And, at any point of time. So I mean, so I can actually call this. So this guy in Dubai, right? The Amina Center, and I would actually, although there was a time zone difference of 1.5 hours between Dubai, but I can still call him at any point of time and say, Tony, this is where I'm facing the problem. I want you to interfere, right? And he would straight away be there. In fact, at times he would travel the countries. Today I'm talking to him and he is in Dubai. Next day he is in China. Telling me that because we had the discussions just came down China to make sure that your project keeps moving smoothly, right? So this is the amount of involvement that a should have in the project to make sure that team and his project manager is equipped enough to actually deliver the project. You guys, so these roles of the project team, the managers and the sponsor, right? Okay, so I need to go and read this. So to say if the project is reduced by attrition, project has to step in. Of course, yes, absolutely correct. Does the sponsor need to be a technical guy, or is he an he is technical? Then it is good for us. If he not, then we need him to be somebody who has an influence, right? So the influence is what is needed. Yeah. Okay. Then the project selection methods. So as we said yesterday, so we have a couple of them, right? So an organization can take a project as a contract or driven by the business needs. It should be a formal process of selecting the ensure that the limited corporate resources are optimized. The two broad project selection methods are shown as below. So the benefit measurement method, we talked about them yesterday, and we have the constraint optimization method. Now, as I said earlier, the constraint optimization method, a detailed discussion on those is out of the scope of the PMBOK, right? You just need to remember linear programming, goal programming, integer programming. All of these three come in as a part of the constraint optimization method. And the methods which relies on the mathematical modeling technique to determine selection of the best projects to achieve the certain business objectives, right? So these basically the mathematical models, right, which generates the data and the results for you, and you go into the comparative analysis of those results and compare them with each other, and you figure out which is the best project to go for, right? So please remember, whichever says programming is a part of the constraint optimization method. You just need to remember this bit, because the question would ask you linear programming is an example of which of the following optimization methods, right? So you just need to go and select constraint optimization method. Is that bit clear to all of us? Can we do this bit? Can we try? Right? Yeah. Then back to the benefit measurement methods. These the costs of undertaking the project. So benefit measurement method tells you that what all can be the benefits of taking one project over the other project, right? For an example, we have the motherboard. No, this is not motherboard. Yesterday said, are you asking for motherboard? No, no. Murderboard here. MURDER. Murder. Now, the concept of motherboard is very similar to the concept of the 10th ban. Yesterday in homework, for that war of 6 days for Israel, read a few of the historical chapters, right? And we also study about the concept of 10th man. Anyone? Pamati did. So what was James Hyde, which is good. What is the 10th man? This concept originated. Is okay. So let's start this with. Yeah, absolutely. So I have a couple of responses which are absolutely accurate. So, Pankaj and Padmavati is to negotiate the other 9 people argument. If 9 people are speaking in the same tone, then it has to give a contrasting view, basically, right? Oh, that's good. Absolutely correct. So man strives for same goal but opposite to the view of Pankaj. Absolutely correct. So that is what. Yes, yes, absolutely correct. That's the concept of 10th man. Now, you see, from where this concept actually came up, the back in 1969 when the war happened, 1969, right? So in 1997, when those five armies were assembling at the borders of Israel, be it Jordan, be it Egypt, be it Syria, be it your Saudi Arabia, when they were building up their forces at the borders of Israel, Israel thought they're doing a joint military exercise, and we have to fear them. They're not our enemies. They would never attack us, right? They were fighting a war with them. So, unbelievable for the Israelis. They couldn't believe that, all those five nations can actually combine together and attack us. Israelis were able to beat them, all of their air supremacy that they had. Because of that, they won the war, and they just won it in 5 days, 6 days, right? So that was the story. Now, the concept of the 10th man came out after the War of 6 days, the famous War of 6 days. Now, concept says, and was that in August, in the month of August? The war happened in month of August? Was it? In June? Okay. Okay. So, June, right? Good. So, Israelis won the war and they go back to their head offices, headquarters. They had a discussion with each other, right? And they said, how on earth we could not identify that the force is going to attack us, right? And that came up because everybody were so confident that these neighboring countries can never attack us. So that was a perception basically, and that perception went wrong. So they devised a concept, the concept of the 10th man. A concept of the 10th man, if there are 10 people sitting in the boardroom meeting, agree on option A, the responsibility of the man to for option B. Those people will go ahead and start working and preparing for option A. The alone would make sure he does the option B. He need to do exactly opposite. So, if preparing for not going into the war, the 10th man will definitely prepare for the war and he'll be ready. Now, that is the concept of the 10th man. Now, the same concept literally is applied to the motherboard. Now, as a result of that concept of the 10th man, working in Israel, by the way, anyone who have seen Israel or been there? Say no. No. Padmavat. I've been to Israel, right? I'm working in Tel Aviv, the capital, and I've also been working at Jerusalem, right? And, mostly very area, very very secured area, right? So not like that, Israeli forces are taking care of it pretty well. How many know that there is actually a wall which surrounds the entire Israel? Wall of Israel. You heard about that? Yes, there is a wall. You heard about the Gaza Strip? Yes. So the separates Israel and Palestine. West. Yes. So which separates Palestine and Israel is separated by a wall. You know that? A very secured wall.
So they have bunkers and they have high post and they have all that, right? Now this is a result of the concept of the 10th man. You know, when all 9 people said that we don't need a wall to protect our nation, that in that case, I'm gonna definitely go ahead and make that. And you see the Gaza Strip, which actually safeguards Israel. So Israel is surviving because of that that they have. Otherwise, such a tiny nation, any nation just like Saudi Arab can actually run down in a single day. Saudi Israel in a single day, or Palestine again can do a lot of damage to them, right? But then they this wall. I'm not in a favor of Israel, or I'm not in a favor of Palestine. I'm just telling all these things from the perspective of the project management. That's is there. Yeah, to any other stuff here. So please don't think I'm a biased guy, right? So that really unfair on my part. Because strip wall, they are still surviving. Israel is surviving, and that's only because of that the concept of 10th man. When you see the movies, they present that wall as a huge wall, just like anybody who saw the War Z. So they present it in a different way. This is not that huge, but still they have this wall. They have this security all across the country, which safeguards them for the output of the concept of 10th man. So you apply the same concept of 10. So motherboard does. Again, are people sitting in the motherboard to oppose your idea, infect your idea, to murder your idea? It is basically motherboard is a round table meeting in which you would have all the SMEs sitting, like 5, 6, 10 of those SMEs from organization, right? An idea to them. Yes, so I believe we should do project A, project Alpha. Why project Alpha? Because of that would give this much of financial benefit, right? Then the responsibility of the motherboard, the people, the SMEs who are sitting there, kill your idea. And start speaking about the negative things or the negative consequences which can creep up with Project Alpha. And then Bravo. And then they'll kill Project Bravo and new Project Charlie. And they'll kill them. Kill all of them. The Project Charlie. So what would happen is that if Project Alpha has 15 killing points, Bravo has say 10 killing points, and Charlie 7, so you go and decide to go with the Project Charlie because that has the less number of killing points. As of the two has more number of killing points. So this you select project based on which one of those is the least dangerous for the organization. If you have only those 3 choices and you select one of them, so I'll probably go and select the one which is least dangerous for the organization. So that concept, right? The 10 here is not a single guy. This group of people who would murder the concept. Yeah. No, so to know, yes. That's a good question. Now, who is this? CFCUNHA. Is it Cyril here? You need to about big motherboard. Yes, Cyril, right? Well, I didn't see you yesterday in the evening. You were in the evening class? Okay. Okay, so it's the last week of the evening class, right? So, okay. Here today, yesterday in the morning? Yeah, that's good then. Okay, that's the concept of 10th man. So what happens if all get the same negative points? or we, put some other method into picture. So if able to decide based on the motherboard, then peer review or the models or the economic model. So you have a lot of these, right? So you use the mix and match. Is there to deal with the 10th peep view? When what exactly you mean? A software? Is that for us? Then I never heard of any software which can actually help you with the concept of 10th man. I did how to say you can SMEs, you just need to take their views, right? It's a lot of projects. You can have a mechanism, yes. You can mechanism, and that mechanism can be very, very specific to the kind of organization that you're working in. Right? Be a weightage of those views, right? So the weightage can vary on a type of company to one type of project to another project. Yeah. Okay. The concept of 10th man or the motherboard doesn't work. Go to the next option, which talks about the peer review. Now, the peer review is what? We understand peers, right? Peer are, counterparts, basically. So my part, manager influence the SME and sponsor in the regarding the selection of the project. Manager should not do that, right? But although he can, but my humble opinion, he shouldn't rely on the expert opinions of the people, the SMEs, right? Now, peer review is when you get those projects reviewed by your peers, because your peers would again be project managers, correct? So if you are a project manager, your peer would again be a project manager, isn't it? So he is, then he might also have the same kind of bandwidth, the framework that you have, right? Frame of mind that you have, right? So you go to say Anderson. Anderson is again a project manager, and you show him those couple of projects. And so if you were to choose Anderson, which do you choose, right? And Anderson chooses Alpha, because his own reasons, right? And you go to say Padmavati, and you said Padmavati, which one you gonna choose? Now she's again a project manager with the same kind of bandwidth and experience and background, right? Says I'm gonna go with Alpha again, right? Go to somewhere else. So you go to Goyal, and you ask him at which you gonna select, and he said I'll be selecting Bravo, right? Now, so and then you ask yourself, such an is so if you are a project manager, which one you gonna select, right? So I select say again Alpha again, right? Padmavati, just give me 1 minute, right? So those responses I see, there are 3 project managers who are Bravo, and one project manager is going with Bravo. Now, because all my peers, same background as of me, and they have the same level of experience and the background, and 3 of us are agreeing that we go with Alpha, then we should probably go with Alpha. It is exactly the voting, it is their opinion. Voting is when you hit a button, you vote for something, right? It is more about giving those projects and details to them so that they can do their own bit of search and they can come up with their suggestions. These are recommendations, basically, right? Manager be there in such meetings, since I believe it's early stage of the project selection. Much of a chart is prepared. Fantastic question. Yes, he would be, but that would depend in what sort of an organization that he works. So if he is a project manager in a projectized organization per se, right? He would be there 100% actively involved from the very first day when it comes to selecting the projects. Does that sense to you? See, yes. Okay. So the peer review for you, then you have the scoring models. Now, scoring models, there's a +1, -1. You must be using scoring models already. Use that? The plus one. Now we do is we have, but in general, project manager will not be a part of these. No, so metrics you might have that. So this is saying, so that would typically depend upon the amount of power which is vested upon the project manager. Simple as that. So if management wants you to participate in the project selection, you would do that. If then the management would decide which project to go for, and then you be authorized only for that project. Simple as that. Yeah. At our at the pre-sales and other practice heads and guy who prepares contract or proposal, they because they have not given you the Bharat, because they have given you enough power as a manager to participate in the project selection. They authorize you as a project manager once the project is with them already, right? And you, that happens with the most of people. What does PMI say, or is there any recommendation from PMI about project selection methods? PMI is that this is absolutely, a decision to be made by the organization whether they want to involve the project or not. Yes. So industry wise, and this is what I'm harping now, from the last 10 minutes or so. It depends what sort of an industry you're working on, what sort of a structure you're working on, you know. Prasanna, yes, I agree here. Most cases the project manager is not involved, but then you have a company like my company, right? So the project manager has probably the biggest of the say when it comes to selecting the project, and he's been given with this authority that he can actually go back to the management and say, I'm not going to do the Bravo, I'll be going with Charlie because of these reasons. And, that is mostly accepted. So, that again depends on, what industry, what domain you're working on. Peer review, so you should be thinking to find you such a most of Bharat. You should also agree to work in Syria then. I have projects coming up in Baghdad. Anybody who's interested can let me know. So I have few. Yeah, good pay. Let's not discuss the pay here. Let us not discuss the dollar part here. But that's good. The war thing is finished there. Most Ganpati, yeah, they don't get a chance. Ali doesn't have projects. Trust me. They are operations. Bar, open the bar, close the bar. Hey, talk about these things here, right? Just go back to the studies, and we can probably chat about those in our last class or something. Yeah. Them get the Baghdad. No, let's move. Yes, guys. Okay. So we got the scoring models. So uh, when of every positive part, for every positive part in the project, we mark it or we give it a score of +1. Negative part, we give -1. So we have 15 points which are plus and 13 points which are negative. So the total score of the project would be 2. Right? Project would again have a score. The third would have a score. The fourth one, and then would go and see which project has the most positive, pointers, and which one is the most positive scoreboard. Right? Whichever is the best, go and select that. So that's pretty simple. I mean, and that's generally what we use. That we see in a project that how many are negatives, then how many are positives, and we club together and we see the total score. Based on that, we judge, which project would be good for the organization. That's forward, correct? So that is called the scoring models, guys. The economic models. I can find project selection methods. Must be a part of the initial chapters. So when you open the integration management, it's in there. That's chapter number 4. Um, in chapter number 4, the project selection method should be there in the initial pages. So probably I'll go back and search the PMBOK and give you the reference of this. But the methods are there. They are there. Sorry, Cyril. Yeah, okay. Then economical models. Now, economical models are again bars, charts, graphs that used to represent the economic data. So I'm talking about purely financial data here. Pure data, right? And with that, we select that which project to go for. That's more to do with the CAs and the CS and the finance people who are in the organization. Work, of course, Shikil. Yeah. Yes, the economic model, guys. And you have finally benefit compared to cost models. Now, what are benefit compared to cost? There would be a lot of factors. For example, there is a factor called future value. Future value or the present value. You have PV value, you have ROI, investment. You have payback periods, payback period, rate of return. Now these are benefit compared to cost component. Don't have to know the exact details of this, but you need to know the thumb rules. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to explain those thumb rules to you. Make the notes. Can you do that for me? Your notes to make that you understand those thumb rules. Yeah. Okay. Start this then. The first that we have project selection method. For the question, what type of project selection technique is peer review? Or benefit measurement method. Programming. So if that says programming, that would be optimization. Yeah. Okay. In methods, if you talk about the concept of benefit to cost, first concept that we have is called the PV. The now value. Present value is that whatever money that you get today has the amount of money if you get it in the future. Isn't it? So the value is the current value of a future cash flow. The amount of money received today is worth more than this amount of money in future. A counted factor has to be applied to reflect future cash flow. Who will manager all these values? Will be company's finance. Company finance can help you with this. Yes, company's finance will help you. Can help you with this, and make a decision based on those. And if you know a few of these, you can prepare them. These are simple calculations, although. So about those calculations as well, right? So just for example, it says the sum of $250 being paid right now will have more value than $250 paid after years from now. Why? Because, right? So if I get, let's say, 4 items in $100 today, will I take the same 4 items in $100 from 3 years from now? Absolutely no. Yes. So that whichever project has more present value, you should go and select that one. Correct? Receiving the money 3 years later, if I can receive the money today, so go for that project. That rule. important to ensure that the organization maximizes its profits, particularly when the values will be delivered a long time in the future. Yes, and not only that, we would also add a discount factor to what it would be in the future. So if $10 today, and after say 3 years, then I should actually receive $15. So that is so that you need to do right. What is the present value that you are getting, and what is the future value that you would get applying that discounting factor. So if you are getting more there, right, like there's a project with $16, there's a project who is paying you $15, so you'll probably go with the one which is 16. Because the future value, future cash flow of that is better than the other project, right? So further, the timing of the cash flow, lower is the present value. So if somebody says that I'm going to give that $100 to you after 10 years, and if somebody says I'm going to give you that $90 after 8 years, so apply that discounting factor and can see which one is more beneficial for you. Correct? So the value concept. Then you have the value, NPV, net present value. What is that? Net present value is the difference between the value of total benefit, income or revenue, and the cost over a period of time. Present value of different items combines to give the NPV. So various different present values of different components, where you club them, gives you the NPV, right? So we assume some discounting factors for projects. Yes, we do, Gaurav, and that discounting factor would depend upon what kind of industry and project you are doing. Yeah, that remains the same, right, for a particular project. Yeah. Example, guys. Here is an example. So project X will take a couple of years to complete and has an MPV of $35,000. Project Y will take 5 years to complete and has an NPV of $95,000. Which one would you select? Alpha or Y? So with Y, people are going with alpha as well. People are going with X. Why you are going with X? We can get money to you in 5 years. Is it money earlier? Short, but $35,000 only. The thing that you should remember about the NPV is that factor of the duration is already factored in violating the NPV. So does not matter at the case of the NPV. It doesn't matter that whether it is giving you the money in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years or 25 years. Because that factor is already factored in while calculating the NPV. Of money then. So one is $35,000 as an NPV. $95,000. I'll definitely go with $95,000 because it has a higher NPV. The project with the higher NPV is the better. Write that rule down. High NPV, better the project. Simple. Can we do that? Make it. NPV, net present value, guys. Net present value is a concept, is a combination of all the present values of the components that you have in the project. The project has, let's say, 5 different components, right? And are present values of all 5. You clump together. This is the total NPV, the net present value of the and your project has the higher NPV project. Got it? Do have all these criteria in place upfront even before considering a proposal approval such as a GS percentage or such similar other. I agree here, and no change in the amount of the project during a duration of 5 years. Yes, it's not about change. It is about factored that in or not? So in that discounting part, Gupta, so we then discounted part for 5 years, and then we came up with $95,000. Yeah. The usual component, the NPV, is a combination of all of those. You have 5, 10, 50 different components with NPVs. You club them together, that gives you the NPV. Okay? Simple rule, guys. High NPV, better for the project. Can we remember this bit? Yes? Yeah? To any other factors? Yes. Pinky. V is the the factor which you need to incorporate. Look at the Asian, and looking at depreciation of the equipments that you are using. Project. Yeah. Okay. So just PV better is the project. Then your internal rate of return. How do we get $95,000? No, that figure would be given to you in question. You just selection. So that is right. Absolutely for 5 years that would rise, but 5 years are considered when they say that they give you $95,000. So already a part of it. Okay. Numerical question, but question only requires you to club the different PVs in order to get the NPV. That is all. Yeah. 20,000 plus 50,000 plus 40,000. Can you club them and give me the NPV? That is what you get in the project, in the question. Yeah. The IRR, guys, counting factors. Yeah. Rate of return, guys. IRR is the rate of discounting which the present value of the cost matches the present value of the benefit. So is that what rate? So is basically at what rate the value of the cost which the present value of the benefit. What age basically? Right? In other words, it is the rate of return internal to the project. Internally, no, is different. Our friend, welcome to ROI. Don't confuse yourself. IRR is the internal rate of return. Return which is internal to the project. Example, say I'll give you an example here. Right? I have a couple of projects. Again, Alpha and Bravo. Now, for Alpha, I need to spend say $500 for project Alpha, and Bravo, I need to spend $700. The projects are of 1 year duration. So in 1 year, right? The amount of money that I'm investing in the particular project, say $500, the rate 1 year that I get from that, what I get out of that is like $650. So what I get after investing $5 and waiting for a year, right? So that percentage, what percent? $1 or 500. So that, yeah. And when it comes to the other project, which is $100, and us back dollars after, right? So what for now is for something, right? Now is the one which is internal to the project, that all the money that you spend in the project and benefit that it gives you internally. So this product and it for $1,000 to the, you can at a higher price, isn't it? You see, so when you go into the project, yeah, internally means, so project guys, spending $100 on something, and it is giving you $110. Beyond that, when go out in the is the return on investment per year. That's a slightly different concept. What is why? What is the return on the investment? It is a return which internal, that money that I spend and the return I get. So the amount I'm investing and the benefit I'm getting. Again, the thought will be similar here. That is for project, yes. Subbu. Yes, Pradeep, in a way, yes. Internal return on the cost. Yeah. Rule would be higher IRR, the better is the project. Can you note that down for me, please? Project. Alpha is 25% and the IRR of Bravo is 15%. Which are you going to choose, Alpha or Bravo? Because here are, right? Alpha, because it has an higher IRR. The with higher IRR is better. Make a note. That is called IRR. Similar payback period. But the amount of time it takes before you get the return. So the period is the number of time periods it takes to recover the investment from the project before profit starts accumulating. Just for an example, one of my friends recently, point, yes, absolutely. One of them recently ventured into a new kind of business. What did he opened up, and his name is Vishal. So he's an entrepreneur, again, just like me, and he was into various different, fields. The fields that he never heard about, that he never know, he will have the courage to go and invest in that. Started nail shop, project management guy, and he a nail shop. So the nail parlor, that part to me, how much is the money that you have invested? He said, this is money that I'm paying for the rent, and this is the amount of money that I paid for the equipment. This is the money that I'm paying therapists or the people, the specialists who are working there, the specialist, right? And this I get per person when I'm here to do their nails. Females, there, do their nails here. Now, calculation, he used the concept of payback period. He invested $1,000 in here. Our recurring cost to this project every month is $1,000, $100. Right? This is what a recurring and ongoing cost to this, and cover of in the 9 months. And I was amazed when I heard that he can actually cover that in 9 months. Because he told me the statistics, there are about 35 to 40 customers because they have nails, right? Their nails done serve like 30 to 35 customers in a single day. And per customer, they charge X dollars, right? So if you club that and multiply it by 25, which are the number of days in a month that they'll be serving them, into 9 months, recovers capital. It's accumulating. That payback period for Vishal's project, the shop, the period is only 9 months. Now if he had an option to go from other project, he would again see what is back period. In his, I'll come to the break-even point and start accumulating the profit, right? So the less the payback period is always the better, isn't it? Period is better for the project. Is a better project, right? Some rule, ladies and gentlemen, just somewhere. So the project Alpha has a payback period of 5 months, and the project Bravo has a payback period of 12 months. Which project would you select? I'll go with Alpha because that has the lesser payback period, right? And about a business model, a nail shop. It's something good nowadays. A lot of people are doing that, and a very less competition right now. All two of such things in a city. So so that is good into it, and he's happy. The lesser payback period is better. So yes, so what happens is, you remove that recurring cost first. So you remove $1,500 first, amount of money that you earn in a single month, right? Remove your expenses first. Remove the rest of the money goes into your capital investment, and then calculate that how much time it would take to recover your capital investment. Yeah, this is okay. The next is about benefit cost ratio, the BCR. The BCR. Benefit cost ratio compares the present value of the benefits to the present value of cost. Cost ratio of more than 1 means the benefits are greater than the cost. Today, if you see the present value of benefit, that you need to remove that recurring cost from it that you got in a month. The rest of money goes into your recovering your capital, and then you see that how many months it would take for recover all of your capital. The occurrence will keep on going, right? That would, after once you are done with your capital, once you recover, once your payback period is over, still the cost you need to give, and above it anything is your profit. Correct? Yep. Okay, project would you select if the BCR of project Alpha is 2.5, BCR of project Bravo is 1.5? So let's saying for $100 you $250, and for $100 you get $150. Which one you're going to go with? As simple as that, right? If the project with a BCR greater than 1, the project with the higher BCR is better, and you always go for a project which has a BCR of greater than 1. Because a BCR of 0.90 means what? That you spend $100 and you get $90. So there is no point going with such project, correct? Not even. Yeah. So that cost ratio, guys, is a ratio between the amount of money that you get and the amount of money that you invest. A comparison of what I get against what. Whereas the was a percentage of the return that you are getting. That's the. I spend 100 and you get 120. It is 20%, right? And says if you are spending, you are getting 120. It is 1.2. That's the ratio. Faisal? Yep. Okay. Return on investment. The ROI is the rate of return on the project normalized by the initial investment. Investment normalization to be done first. Indicates the profitability of the project. For an example, if a project involves an initial investment of $100,000 and generates an average return of $20,000 a year, now it is that the return from that project is $20,000 a year. So that's an ROI. That is different from the IRR. Now you understand that. Vikram was saying what is the return internal to the project. So if you spend $100 and get $120,000, that is the internal return of 20%. Where what it is saying is it is talking pure in terms of the returns that you get per year. So if you spend $100 today, that's gone. Rate of return on investment a definite amount, right? So it is that an average return of 20,000. That means the ROI of this project is 20%. Again, it remains the same though. The higher the ROI, the more profitable is the project. So with a higher ROI, so in this case that would be simple for you. Be it ROI, be it IR, be it FV or PVs, right? Where it is, whichever is the higher one, it is the better for the project, right? That is what I initially said, Goel. So the internal to the project goes to the customer. ROI is after you sell it to the customer or considering the customer. Yeah. Okay. That is the concept of ROI. Of these concepts, yes. So concepts are basically to remember as the thumb rules. With great better, which is lesser the better. Can be a simple task for us. We just need to remember this bit. Higher or lower the better. Yes. Higher profitable is the project. They are used. Yeah. So we almost all of them. But the thing is that I never had to go into the statistics of these, right? So I have a finance team. They do all the calculation and they share the results with me. And that I decide that I'm gonna go with which project. Yes. Okay. Then you cost. Now that's probably the last concept of cost. Now what is the opportunity cost, guys? You tell me. What can be cost? Is the amount of money that you lose not accepting that. This is the money that you actually lose. Do not accept but you lose a project. Cost of doing something. Absolutely correct. So just example, I have a weekend batch. I'll simplify it. So I have weekend batch right now, the Saturday and Sunday. I'm coming to the example. Just hear me out. The Saturday Sunday batch. Right? Every Saturday Sunday, and I'm just just giving you an example here. So every Saturday and Sunday, when I take this morning batch, the 4 batch, Sian pay me $200 for one day. $400 if I take today and yesterday's class, the morning, right? So this is $100 per week. This get. Now, particular week, for week, I have option. Some said that, we can arrange some other trainer who can do the weekend batches. But in that case, we're going to pay him the $400. But if I had and take a public workshop for us on the again, which is on Saturday and Sunday, that's a Microsoft project workshop, right? We pay $500. So that I get it from by doing that workshop is only $100, isn't it? They get workshop for $500, I end up losing $400 here. The best option, lose the second best option. Is added manpower. So I not clone myself and do the trainings at two different places at a single time, right? To lose one of these and opportunity cost. So all I get is $100 in batch, although getting $500. But anyways, we're getting working from home using luxury. I'm getting $400, right? So $400 is my opportunity cost. Is the concept clear to all of us? Give me a yes in the chat window. Okay. So any opportunity which would have taken in lieu to this current? Yeah, Bharat. You compare the cost of the project opportunity you are losing. Absolutely yes, Gaurav. So opportunity cost, read the definition here. Cost is the cost related to the next best choice available after choosing from among several mutually exclusive choices. It is for the opportunity given up by selecting one project over the other. So is the opportunity cost of selecting project Bravo. A project Alpha has an NPV of $55,000 and Bravo has an NPV of $85,000. So opportunity cost is $55,000 because that's the net present value today of that project, correct? So the opportunity cost is $55,000. That's the NPV of project Alpha, where a project has to be selected over the other project on the basis of net present value and opportunity cost can be expected in the examination. So you can have absolutely similar questions like these in the examination, but these are again very, very simple questions, right? You should go ahead do that project. You don't want to do it. I didn't want to do that project because just for the $100 I would not my couple of days going there from Lee to Gurgaon, taking up that batch, coming back. I don't do that for $100. In your example, you are selecting Bravo, which has an higher NPV. Actually, going with Alpha in my case, so I'm going with Alpha and I'm losing the Bravo here. But that's my own decision, right? So I'm losing an opportunity of $500 to opportunity of $400. But that's, as a manager, you should go for a higher one, right? So you should $500 and lose $100. $100 that I'm getting extra for these couple of days don't worth the effort that I need to put in. And the 8 hours batch. So I unnecessarily won't do that. I'm comparing $100 versus the luxury. We have to select the higher NPV. Yes, absolutely correct. Select the higher NPV. You need to read the scenario very carefully to understand what are the other factors which are roped in. Let the value of the opportunity cost is the better. Yes, of course. Absolutely correct. Retail value we are missing. Not exactly the additional value, Nazir, but the amount of money that I lose by going for the best option out of the lot. So I had 10. I have to see what exactly I'm getting out of it. So I'm getting 500 out of it basically. I'm getting $100 out of the program that Simplilan has given me. You understand? Yes. That and the amount of dollars that I miss by in effort to try to get that $500. Yeah. Concepts, guys. Again, higher the value, the better, and less the opportunity cost is the better, right? The lesser the cost is better. Okay. To the project management, integration management processes, we have 5 of them. Sorry, 7 guys, right? And this is the only knowledge area which goes through all 5 process groups. You remember yesterday's conversation? We talked about that, right? Said this is the only knowledge area which go all 5 process groups. Why? Because this is an area where the project manager is actually working, right? So one process in initiation, one process in planning, couple of them in execution, couple of them in monitoring control, and one in closing. So this is 7. Absolutely correct. Less the of opportunity cost is better. No. So using $45,000, on the other hand, you are losing $55,000. Which better for you? Losing 55. Okay, we have those 7 processes. We're going to go into the details of each one of those one, and we would see all the inputs, all the tools and techniques, and all the outputs. Before we start our very first process, you need to help me in a couple of ways. One, you should make those notes, correct? Second thing is, you would visualize that for me. You would use your imagination, it and connect it to your projects. Because you don't do that, you will not be able to understand any of these processes, right? So we had make notes, analyze them, connect them to your projects. Do that, and I'll inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs to you. So we're going to start with the very first process, developing the project charter. Now, because we are starting a project here, we would also start a project. Remember our Excel? It is we can assume our start project, right? And then again, a plain and simple project. So I had a piece of land with me, which is 100 square yard plot, right? I'm going to build a house for my kids. So I'm doing it because of a business opportunity, but it's driven by the change. You talked about that why we do those projects. So I need to bring in a change. So I need that's my personal need that I'm doing that particular project, right? I have a piece of land, which is small land, 100 square yard land. I need to build a house for my kids there, right? This is it. Now initiated that project, identified the need of doing that project. Now that need would be called my business case, correct? Yes. Yeah. Okay, and first thing that I need in order to start a project, right? And I have the project charter. Now, why I prepare a project charter? What is the main reason for prepare a project charter? The being that this project charter will authorize me, equip me with the powers in the project. We talked about it, right? I give a chance, I would write bloody, his heart and his ribs on my name, right? So his kid, not so, but things, right? So I'll everything. So sir, would he authorize? Right? So when is the project charter? What you are doing is, so develop the project charter is of developing a document that formally authorizes the existence of the project, and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to project activities. So you can, I'm the sponsor here in my project, yes. So organizational resources for that, right? So as I says, so inputs are benefit management plan. Now, is benefit management plan? This is a plan which tells you or discuss that what are the benefits of taking up this project. Why we are taking this project and not the other one. So you benefit management plan with you, you may not have it because if doing it, because I have only one project with me right now. So it is not to get the benefit, it is for my personal needs. So I may not probably benefit management plan, but let's talk about some different scenario here, guys. Now hear me out. Say my sponsor actually has a couple of those projects. So one is wherein Bharat comes. Now Bharat is our customer. Bharat is our and comes and says, I want you guys to make Amazon.com for me. Now is a web portal, right? That's really an e-commerce portal, right? So Bharat wanted us to prepare something similar for him. So that's projects. The other that is Gold comes to us and he says, you guys prepare website for my company. So he prepare his company's website, not the commercial one, but his website. We have the information about his company, what all things they do, right? So a couple of projects. Now my may involve me in project selection and he may not involve me in the project selection. In way he would have the benefit management plan with them, right? It will be the list basically of all the financials or the positions that we have if we do project alpha or if we do project bravo, and he selects project alpha, the outcome Bharat's project, because he thinks that it gives us more benefits. So you would have that benefit management plan. Understood to all of us, guys? Yes, BCR, ROI, right? And then your business case. Now, the management plan was how we will get the benefits yet. So correct. In how many days we'll get our payback period? In how much will have base capital investment that we did, realize, what the ROI, all of that is in benefit management plan. Then you have this case. Now, business case is what the customer wants. So he wants us to make the .com, right? And he wants us to have these high level features in that, right? He has this much amount of money. The benefit management plan says that we would spend this much money to create that product. So it would be the business opportunity that we have. So we will get this much as a return. All that is written inside the business case. Now, business case also has something which is called the statement of work of the project. The statement of work, right, is the statement given by the customer. He says that you need to do these things in this particular project. So project should have this, the statement of work, right? That you see from the customer. This is the one where the customer gives you. Yeah, can have a part as the part of the business case. Yeah, yeah. So this is not exactly the work order. This is expectations. This is more to do with the expectations of the customer. That what he is expecting, and what he wants us to prepare, what is and objective. Those things mostly. What is a kind of commercial order that we get from the customer? Say the PO or the work orders, whatever. Basically, the contracts. What they are contracts. right? We are not talking about work orders here. We're talking about what customer is saying. The kind of work basically. Customer, right? This work which tells us that what we are supposed to be doing in the project. And right now. Because the statement, right? Then you have the agreements. Now, guys, there is a question. We are project charter. That's our first process. We are in initiation. We are in the planning right now. So once we go into the planning, we will select the vendors and the sellers, and we have agreements with them. So these agreements came up. SOW as a part of business case. Link between whom? Okay, yes, but this is what I'm saying. The idea is that we do not have any vendor right now for this project. Do we have them? We are just right. Previous agreements, absolutely correct. Now tell me, Pradeep, why do we need those previous agreements? Why agreements? Reference? Not all template reference. Okay, let me clarify that to you. You see, and I'll give live example. You see, when 3-4 years back, when we entered Pepsi as a vendor, entered there for a very small project, and that's a real example that I'm giving right now. Now it's called FMR, financial modeling. FMR, financial modeling. So that project was a crisp 3 months project. When we became vendors with Pepsi, now Pepsi has a standard agreement of 18 months. So they do with the vendors, they do with the vendors is for a standard 1.5 years, valid for 1.5 years. Now, so we started in the month of October. So October, November, December. These 3 months that we worked on that particular project, the FMR project, we delivered that project in the month of December because from 1st of January we had to go live. Because when the new financial year starts, we had to implement that from the very first day of the new financial year. We call it FMR. Right? That project. So that project was delivered and it was about to be released. Form. That's a personal thing for the customer. Let's leave that. Right? So specific stuff. We FMR in 3, and the month of January it was my release time, correct? So I project and I was coming back to my organization again, right? And we're searching new customers so that we can start working on the project. And January, the sir who was my sponsor at the FMR, he another project called the Conquer Rollout. About Conquer, that's a T&D tool, right? You heard it? I'm using it, right? For people who don't know this is an SAP product. This is a product with your T&D, travel and solutions. Travel, especially the companies just like Pepsi, wherein a lot of people travels almost every day, right? 100 and 150 people, every day from one country to the other country, go there for some work, So in order to manage their expenses, their travel expenses, Concur as a tool. He was starting this project from the month of January. Answer was also the same. Mr. Tony Breen, he was the sponsor there. This I just told you about, right? He had a very active role in the project. When we were talking about roles and responsibilities, we talked about it. Yeah, talked about Tony. Okay, he was starting a new project, and considered because a part is whose responsibility? Correct. Now I to search if there are any running agreements which can actually be used in the same project. Figured out that Sachin has a running agreement of 15 months. It is his agreement. His still is still valid for the next 15 months. He called and he said, "What are you doing for the next 1 year?" I said, "Any project?" So, but we are searching for a project. Right? He's be comfortable doing the T&D implementation project with us because you did bang on time with no hurdles, and I like the way you manage the project. So, can you manage this from me? I'll be more than happy to do that. Right? Now, the Conquer rollout was a 1 year project. As the wave one goes on, it was a 1 year project, and I had a running contract of 15 months, which can suffice the project, right? So I immediately got onboarded as the project manager of the Conquer rollout. Why able to do that? How he was able to do that? Because we already had a running agreement. I'm trying to say, just like my contract, when we start a project chapter, we may have a number of those agreements which are valid and running and can be used for this project. So I have to do re-agreement with the vendor. It will serve some time, right? Right? So that reason why we need the agreements. Does that make sense? All of us, give me a yes in the chat window, please. Yeah. No service agreement is not specific for any project. If you're asking that, agreement. A master service agreement does not project specific agreement. It is related to company. CMX Consulting has an agreement which is valid for 18 months, and as an organization will help them in project management. So wherever what are the opportunities, so a fixed rate and will the per man hour cost, and the number of man hours that you use us, okay, this is why we need agreements. Is that clear to all of us, right? Then your enterprise environmental factors. Previous running agreements aren't a part of OPA. No, they're not previously running. These are the current agreements. These are which are running right now. Those which were running, which were closed and are a part of OPA. So closed. So our partner, when we did the security modules the last year in our last project, that OPA is currently running, can get the agreements. Subbu, make sense? But in contract with that vendor, so that would come as a part of the agreement. Yeah. Environmental factors. What all factors can impact this project? Pepsi, very esteemed clients. 5 different projects with them so far. 4 years now. Pepsi, very esteemed clients. Yeah, 18 months we in fact price the contract. So we price man hour prices as well. Yeah. And that the number of people needs, at they need 10 of our consultant, at times it needs only 3 of our consultants. So accordingly. So we invoice according to the number of man hours. So the man is defined in the MSA. Are defined. So enterprise environmental factors, any factor will impact the project charter development, just like the location of the people who would be working in this project, the geographical distribution of facilities, the organization, the risk tolerance capacity of the organization, and political social climate, and which can impact the charter development will under the enterprise environmental factors. And you have the OPA, the organizational process assets, the gold mine that you have. Refer any previous project which was a similar project, and you can actually refer repositories. You can access their project charter and can see what all were the typical components in charter that we have used, so that you use the same components here for this particular project. That all the inputs are understood here. Give me chat window, please. Yes. Okay. Then you go into the project charter development, and what do? You use your expert judgment. You use the data gathering techniques. Now, what is data gathering techniques? That physical data gathering, that can be, online data gathering, that can be virtual data gathering, right? That can be source based, that can be internet based. So you gather. So in a nutshell, what you do is, as a project manager, you gather as much data as possible related to this kind of a project. Just like if we were making Amazon.com as a web e-commerce portal, so I would collect the data for any similar projects that either we have done or somebody else has done in the market. I try to get a hold on that information so I can get an insight of what I can expect, and where all hurdles can come up, where all can be the bottlenecks, how many typical resources, basically the project intelligence. Yes. So data gathering basically, right? Then use your interpersonal team skills. You people sit together and work as a team. That's the biggest challenge. Because at time of developing the chart as well, you need core team members, just like your business analysis, the project manager himself, the project sponsor, right? And you to use your team skills, your interpersonal skills to make them sit with you or with the sponsor and contribute in the development. So that is where your interpersonal team skills will come in a picture. Then of course you would meet them. So you would do those meetings. So these tools and techniques, ladies and gentlemen, which is us project charter along with the assumptions log. Now it says a project charter assumption log. That means what? That you not only use the project charter, prepare a project charter, you also prepare an assumption log. It means that which has all the assumptions that I'm assuming that I'm going to have 100 people at the site every single day. Only then I'll be able to complete the project high on the 6 months, right? I assumed, so what are my assumptions? I'm going to write them in the log. Now, the assumption log can be a separate document, or that can well be a part of the project charter itself. So this as a part of the project charter in this document. So we make a Word document, right, with the sponsor, and once it's finalized, we change that, we get signed by the sponsor, and then convert that into PDF. Share that PDF with the entire team, all stakeholders, so that everybody knows that what is to be what expected in the project, how we do that, what would be the key milestones, key goals, right? So, general project charter is basically a 10 pointers. So you have those 10 points ranging from high level description to high level constraints to high level functions to high level risk to high level budget to high level the milestone list. So these are some of the components that you have, right? But it's not limited to that. I'm telling you what you know about the project. That is why we're doing that data gathering, right? So whatever is the information that you have related to the structure, the architecture, the solution architecture, anything and everything that you know about this project should go inside the project charter, be approved by the customer, by the sponsor. Trust save you so many times in the project, so many, right? So project charter along with the assumption log. Now I talk about the components that you need to have in that. There's a list of the components that you see here. So describe the purpose project, the of the project, in scope, high level scope, Amazon.com. That's the level scope, right? So we need to prepare an e-commerce portal, e-commerce, the high level scope, correct? Authorized project manager. So your name, your expertise, the thing you can do, that you cannot do. Now this is the reason why such Swami makes a project charter and of project charter development. Because number two, it authorizes me as the project manager and give those authorities. The charter also contains the business problem to be solved. Project objectives and requirements. Please read between the lines what it says here. Measure project objectives. So we have some tangibility along with it. It's a tangible, measurable objective and the requirements, right? Projects and the key deliverables. So we bound of the project, the encapsulated environment of the project, where what all are the things which are in scope, are which are to be done in the project, and what are things which are out scope we would not do as a part of this project. Both of them under the project boundaries along the key deliverables. Read this as high level risk, guys. It is risk. This is high level risk because at this point of time you can only get the high level risk, isn't it? Critical success factors look like. So that is what critical success factors means. Stake risk and list and roles and responsibilities. Again, a high level list of the stakeholders, because now you can never know all the stakeholders in the project right now. Not knowing them from here, that's a journey which will go on as the project goes on. Yes, the project boundaries are the scope. Not no RAC. You do have a RAC right now. When we'll go into the resource planning, at that you would have the RACs, right? Okay, stakeholders and their roles and responsibilities, high level stakeholders only. So right now the stakeholders are my customer, my sponsor, my team, and me. That's all. I have stakeholders for now, age of developing the project charter. Constraints, that's where I said that you might have assumptions log as a part of the project charter, or you can have it as a separate document. I prefer to have that as a part of my charter. So assumptions, I'm going to write all those assumptions here and the constraints. Now, you remember all Kersner? You remember I talked about him? The quality, scope, time, cost concept. That your scope, cost, and time within the framework of quality, the customer expectations. You need to go back to our very first class. This is where we discussed that point. In order to achieve what is the end objective? To achieve a quality product or a service, right? But in order to achieve that quality product or the service, you need to balance three things as a project manager. What are those three things? The scope, the cost, and the time. Yeah? Scope. So you need to manage these things in order to achieve the fourth one. Yes? So what are the... Yeah, but in triple constraint, that is still time. It's schedule now. When you read theorem, it's time. So the project doesn't get an upgrade. These documents can get an upgrade. Charter is once done, signed, and gone. you the template. So did you hear what Mukesh said in the morning? I have 8 templates, guys. You just go and click on that link that Mukesh shared. Yes, that it, doc. Go. You would have 3 different samples of project charters there. So there are of those. OM, read them in detail, please, because document. So you need to actually understand how an actual project charter looks like. What are the things? Okay, constraints and assumptions. Then you have the project exit criteria. So when you exit the project, the project when you meet the end objectives. That first thing. Or available resources and cost. You cannot meet the objectives. That is so can exit the project. A need of the project is finished. So need to further continue this project. That's gone. So you exit. So it can be whatever is your exit criteria of the project. Write it here and approve the project sponsor. You need to write his name, his designation, as signature here. My project charters are generally of 30 pages and more. Just like I talk about my Conquer project charter, like 30 pages. So everything, the answer, the structure, the solution, everything in that. Why is the more information that you write in the project charter would better for you as a project manager, because all of this is signed by the sponsor, authority in the project. You here? Give me a yes, please. Yeah. So you're doing that. Now, once you project charter, what process that you're going to go to? Actual project. If you are a project. Abstract. Project management plan, guys. If you actual project, you would actually go to the folders. Not the, yeah. Now that's what I'm saying. Pinky. Folders in the future will increase. Then in case you have a new charter, no. Update into the stakeholder register. That is the reason why we are going into the next process, which is about identification of the stakeholders. You guys have your process map ready with you, guys. You have you just go and look at the second process that you have an initiation. What is initiation, not in the integration management process group. Identify the stakeholder, is it? And you. That's reliable. Now that's your question, Pinky. What you have those high level stakeholders in project charter? Then you go to the stakeholders and you start identifying them. As a result of that, the output of identification of the stakeholder is the register. Now, ever evolving document, Pinky. So evolving that as long as the project is running, because every single day you might have a new stakeholder creep out. So all up to yesterday, it was not there. Now, tell me. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Boundaries and key deliverables. Stakes and responsibilities. Yeah, what that? That. Are you is there a long text? What is the difference between next state identification? You in what is this in stakeholder identification? Okay. Saying what is the difference between the stakeholder and roles and responsibilities and stakeholder register that we're going to prepare in identifying the stakeholders? Is that brother? Difference. Sound. Right? Right? What do you have in the project charter? Only the high level stakeholders which visible right now. Right? What do you have? You have the project manager, the producer, and you have the core team. These only stakeholders that you have right now. Right? Now, you write the roles and responsibilities of the project manager. That gives you the powers, right? So, what you can do, what you cannot do, roles and responsibilities are these. See the roles and responsibilities of the sponsor, roles and responsibilities of the core team, just like analysis, solution architect. These are members, right? Now, go to identification of the stakeholders. That's a word. Your end user to your customer to the P of the customer to their project manager to their project team to UAT, SIT teams, government is yes. In a nutshell, yes. Processor PM and the core project team. That's all. And responsibilities. Yeah. And process of identification of the stakeholders, we have a list of the possibly identified stakeholders on initiation document. The state register will be updated almost every single day. You go into the planning, then in turn you go into execution. Because time of execution, there can be a lot of those stakeholders coming up, right? So then a police chap comes up and says, "Hey guys, you cannot do that. This is a law." Now this chap becomes a stakeholder in your project. Next, we'll have all the internal and external stakeholders, vendors and stakeholders. Stakeholders that we did yesterday. Anyone who is either involved in the project or is affected by the outcome of the project is called as stakeholders. Correct? Either involved in the project or is affected by the outcome of the project is stakeholder. Yeah? Let's put it on the record so that you can download the recordings and hear this again if you want to. Now that stakeholder means your vendors are 100% your stakeholders. Okay, now we need to do the visualization, guys. Do it with me. Project charter which is signed by the sponsor. Stakeholders which we have in the stakeholder register. Can we just wait guys in the chat window? What should we do next? Now go to plan. Vision, right? Now the project management plan, not scope. Will project management plan. That is the second. The second of management, right? Now, before that, let the initial scope statement. Here is the scope statement. I said this is the scope statement given by the customer to us. Put identification of the stakeholders. No, we have not reached the stakeholder identification. We're there when we'll come to the stakeholder management, right? We are in management. I was just trying to explain you that how the things happens in real life, right? So you just note down that what needs to be done Now, how needs to be done? After charter, you will find who are these process experts, etc., and then prepare the RACI. This charter is about the high level of everything. Yes, but at the same time, what all information? Yeah, well, okay. So to answer somebody's question, yeah. Not hit the scope, guys. Hang on. So yes, take your process maps out, please. Yes, maps. Now two different directions in that process map. One goes group, one goes knowledge area, right? Right. The intersection of process group and knowledge area, you receive a process. So if the project charter, that's an intersection of integration management and initiation. Is that correct? If you go further into the same knowledge area in management, you would hit identification of the stakeholder, which will be an intersection of planning and integration management. Correct? Is written then. But when discussed identification of the stakeholder, that was when we went from process group, right? So when you from initiation process group, you integration management and you have the project chart, correct? And you hit state management section, you have identification of the stakeholders, right? So this is what Pinky. So right, we did, although we did the project charter as per the knowledge area, the next process is about preparation of the project management plan. But it doesn't move like this. So in actual projects, you would actually go and hit identification of the stakeholders. Is Gaurav, the reason is okay that if you go process group wise, you will be confused like hell. So process group, when you process group, you be able to connect that from where the project charter coming is as an input for something which is in stakeholder management. That is derived in such a way they have a link that the one is used as the input of the other. That's why knowledge group will be confusing. Right? It is because this is how I mapped my mind out already. In initial scope statement, let's do the initial scope statement, then we'll take a break. Right? The initial scope statement is the first step in the project management process. Problem or opportunity to be addressed, that goes under the initial scope statement, which we receive. And that was one of the inputs. You remember that? That inputs to the project charter, right? What project goals and objectives, project work activities to be performed, what success looks like, how success will be measured, what obstacles may affect the outcome, what responsibilities will be assigned in the effort, what constraints, assumptions, and unanswered questions are impacting the vision, what cost benefit or the return on investment analysis, how internal return IRR is estimated, what the project resource requirements and constraints in terms of time, budget, or physical assets, etc., etc. These are the things that we need in the initial scope statement. Now, the very high level scope statement, which is a part of the project charter, right? A detailed level of the scope will be derived when we'll go into the scope management planning. We'll do that. And everything that we do there, result of all of that goes back into the project management plan. Please remember that part. When started off integration management, I told you that project management plan is nothing but complete project plan. Yes, the one prepared in Microsoft Project or Primavera, right? Has everything, correct? So your project does have this schedule, activities and the sequence and the relationships and the lead acts. Yes, does it have this? Yes, Gaurav, it has the cost. I can show you, or I wish I could show you. Those are the ones. So entire cost there. No, that's scope of the presentation, but I recommend that you should learn at least one of the project management tools. I recommend all of you to learn at least one project management tool. You should not make a project plan in Excel. That would not help you. MS, you can do that. Yeah. So it's a scope statement, guys. Now you move on to developing the project management plan. Let's hang on here. So it is almost 7:11. A pretty decent tool. Very, very decent tool. So project. I'm on Microsoft Project. I'm a certified specialist. So I'm in Microsoft Project. Microsoft Technology Specialist of Microsoft Project. So anyone wants to learn Microsoft Project, you know whom to contact. Yeah. Let's guys. So it is. Yeah. So before developing the project management plan, we'll take a break. It was 7. Precisely, it's going to be 11:08 now. So I'll see you after 15 minutes. 11 should do. Not 11:30. No. 25. Okay. At 25. I'll stop the sharing now. And I'll see you at 11:25. Thank you so much. Mic 2, 3. Am I audible? Okay, I guess you guys can hear me. So, again, quickly share my screen with you and let you can see my screen. We can continue with our post-break session. Begin the management plan process, right? So the one that we left before the break. So, yeah, so I'll just open up that. So let me share that screen. First, allow me one quick minute here. There you go. In the chat window where you can see the screen. So we had the initial scope statement in which we understood that here are the things which should be a part of the initial statement of the project. Right? The objectives, goals, opportunities. We have roles and responsibilities that will be assigned in the effort, other constraints, all of that, right? Then process, you go into developing the project management plan. Now you again need to visualize that as a complete project management plan, which includes everything, right? So developing the project management plan is the process of defining, preparing, integrating, and coordinating. Now listen to this. It's preparing, integrating, and coordinating all the subsidiary plans and create them to a comprehensive project management plan. Did I say the same yesterday? Talking about integration management? Then integrating your scope, time, cost, everything into one plan, right? So that would give you a complete project management plan. Now, project management plan is a detailed document that describes how the project would be executed, monitored, and controlled and closed. So, entire execution strategy, monitoring, controlling strategy, and closing comes under the management plan. Subsidiary plan can be separate documents, particularly on the large projects. Now, you see this. So, the subsidiary plan, and I'll come back to the second point in just a moment. Subsidiary plans, just like scope management plan and the schedule management plan and the cost management plan, management plan, these documents can be separate Word documents, or if it is a normal project, if it is not too large, right, you can actually make them as a part of your project management plan itself. So it is not always necessary to have a separate subsidiary plan, to have a separate scope management plan, a separate schedule management plan, right, or a cost management plan for that matter. We have them as part of your project management plan. Management plan will contain all subsidiary plans and their baseline values. So the baseline of cost, baseline of scope, baseline of schedule, performance measurement baseline, and that will be there inside your project management plan. What is a performance measurement baseline, guys? So the performance baseline is the agreed time, which is the variance. Say, so for example, if the time for a project is 180 days, it project baseline time value, right? And agreed variance is 10%. The project executed in 180 plus 10%, 180, which is 198. So the baseline says 180 days, but which is agreed variance, made 98 days. So that called your performance measurement baseline. We also call it PMP. Is that clear for us? Okay. So that is called performance measurement baseline, PMB. Detailed specification, user stories is also a part of the project plan. Yes, it is. So these are the requirement gathering documents. The specification. These are requirement gathering documents. But these are agent terms that you are speaking right now. Performance line, Padmavati, yes. PMP, performance measurement baseline. The line plus the agreed variance. That on a 10% variance, right? So if doing in 180 days, like 10%, that makes it 198 days. So that also we find with the customer. That is called PMB. You can actually write that into a single liner in the charter. Although we don't write it, I generally never write that part of the project charter. But that's a mutual understanding between me and the customer. So that he does the contract with my company can agree on that. Can 10% variance. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to the project management plan now. So talk about the project management plan. It regards to how the project is organized. It should contain a section referring or covering the project charter, the management approach or strategy, management plan, requirement management plan, schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, resource management plan, communication management plan, risk management plan, procurement stakeholder engagement plan, change plan, configuration management plan, scope, schedule baseline, cost baseline, performance line, project description, and development approach. Now, this is a project management plan means. That means combination of all the subsidiary plans, all baseline values, all components of the life cycle description, all methodologies, the strategy, the project approach, everything should be a part of your project management plan. Now, people know the project management tools would agree that in fact all of these can be a part of your that you make on the tool. If you ask me, the text that you have in the project charter, you can put that into your Microsoft project or Primavera or and tool, right? Ask me if you look at any of my project plan that covers all of these factors. I have a few of those separate documents, just like my risk management plan, my risk register, my folder register. So I have them as separate document. I can issue log as a separate document. I can, version controllers as a separate document. Right? But mostly prefer to use a single document, which is my project management plan, to drive the entire project. It is. Now, if you move on, project management plan as a process, see what is coming in. The charter is coming in. So that's the output of the previous process. Yes, the project charter. Why? Because it already has the high level of everything. High level scope, high level schedule, high level of milestones. Now, second is really important here, which is output from our processes. Now, what are those other processes, guys? You see them when you go into the scope. You'll see when you go into the schedule. You will see them, right? The plans, all of those subsidiary plans are the baseline values, all back into the project management plan, and that is the reason as to why you would see a lot of times in the process as the output it says project management plan update. So that back and update those values into your project management plan, right? The environmental factors. Then you have the organizational process assets for obvious reasons. Do in that absolutely same tools and techniques that you used when you were in your project development, right? So what do you use? You use your expert judgment. You use data gathering techniques again, interpersonal team skills and meetings, right? And you come out with a project management plan. Now, at the level of integration management, this project management plan is a complete document. So you need to visualize that. You're visualizing this, right? So visualize and assume that you have done this scoping and you have those scope documents and you have the scope baseline. Now, that's baseline a part of your project management plan. Then you have scheduling. All values are here in the project management plan. Costing is here. Everything is here. So all when you see this output project management plan, you actually need to believe that is a complete project management plan. It has all the baseline values. It has all the approvals, all the methodologies, all the subsidy plans. Is that clear? Now, what I'm going to do, the next step in the project, in the actual projects, I'll go to scope, skill cost, right? But I'm assuming that I have done all that, right? And this project management plan that I have right now, I take this and go into the execution. Casing here. Now, once project management plan, and I go into the execution, guys. Go there, or before that, you need about the terms that we use in the project management processes, right? There comes, yet we have a term which is called work authorization system. Now, the system is a subsystem of the overall project management system. It is a collection of formal documented procedures that defines how the project work will be organized. Now, every company, every enterprise, every management company, has a organization mechanism, right? So when work is authorized to you from the project, they have a process, right? So they cannot simply come and say, Sachin, you're going to do that from tomorrow onwards. No, that doesn't. So there's a process, there's a documented procedure which you to follow a formal documented procedure that is on how the work will be authorized to you. So that's called work authorization system. Next, corrective actions. What are corrective actions, guys? An intentional activity that realigns the performance of the project of the management plan. So the corrective action is your 8 cubic meter and 10 cubic meter example that I said yesterday. That was day when we realized that we did only the 8 cubic meters and short by 2 cubic meters. The corrective action is what? Corrective action is adding that 2 cubic meter the next day and make 12 cubic meters. Yeah? Corrective action. So that then realigns with the project management plan. The management plan says 5 days 50 cubic meters, 2 days 20 cubic meters. So at the end of the day, we need to be at 20 cubic meter. Agree? So it work to the project management plan. I take a corrective action. That's an activity that I do, and I get 2 cubic meter next day. And I do 12. Then to entire performance. That is called corrective action. That reactive approach. Basically, a reactive approach. We saw that something wrong happened, then only I realized that I need to change. Right? Reactive. The preventive actions. Now, preventive actions is proactive approach. An intentional activity that ensures that future performance of the project is aligned with the project management plan. As a precaution, you add reserves to your project, right? The contingency reserves and the management reserves. Those reserves are preventive actions. So, in order to prevent or to have some time in order to get rid of the situation that you might or might not have in the project, you add a preventive action, or else you also take safety measures, right? So take the measures to make sure that that should not affect any activity in the project, right? That all of you does that, right? That's called a proactive approach of project management. That is called preventive action. In order to be anticipating that future there can be wrong thing happening in the project, so I take a decision today to start from happening, right? That is called preventive action. Is that clear to all of us? Give me a yes. Yeah. Then you have change control system. Now, control system is a mechanism of procedure that you use for controlling the changes in the project. These are procedures that describes how modifications to the deliverables and documentation are managed and controlled. So that the change that happened in the project, how it's monitored, how it is documented, how it is incorporated. It's a set of procedures for that. Just like the procedure is whenever there would be a change, it would generate a change request. That request will go to ICC, Integrated Change Control. We do the impact analysis there. Based analysis, we will have approval. That approval in turn will come back to the execution, become a part of the execution, and that would be monitored in new version, new the plan, right? So the updated plan. That is my change control system. You have a absolutely different change control system for projects. Your control system, guys. Yeah. Then you management system. Now in management system, these are procedures used to apply technical and administrative decisions of surveillance to identify and document the functional and physical characteristics of product, service, or result of the component. You heard about version controllers, right? Version controls. That is configuration management system. Version control does. So the versions of, right, that you have in configuration management. Configuration management will have the version 1 of the configuration, the version 2 of the configuration, so on and so forth. Right? Yes, that's the thing, right? So that is called configuration management system. Is that clear? These key terms are clear to all of us, guys? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Now the execution. Direct and manage project work, guys. So manage project work is the process of leading and performing the work identified in project management plan to achieve the project deliverables. Give corrective action. An example of corrective action is that I can see that a hurricane is about to come. So I'm a project manager of an oil rig. And I'm digging that rig at the South Pacific Sea. Now, I know that, in the next 15 days, a hurricane is expected, will hamper the schedule of my project and not be able to achieve my objectives by the end of the month. So, as a corrective action, what I did is I started running those double shifts for those 15 days. And I complete all my work before the hurricane even struck the South Pacific Sea. So what I did, I took a corrective action and aligned, because for the next 5-6 days, that action. You asked for the corrective action, right? Oh, my bad, Rafi. Yes. Yep, absolutely. So the corrective, yes. Cyril, yeah, I got it. Okay, so corrective action is pretty simple. So when I was doing the excavation on day 1, I realized that, I have done 8 cubic meters. And because of that, I'll not be able to, complete this today, because I need to do 50 cubic meters. And, I've done only 8 cubic meters on day 1. I should have done 10 cubic meters today. So what I'm doing is, as a corrective action, to correct my schedule, what I'm going to do is, tomorrow, I'm going to make sure that I start an hour early, and I complete 12 cubic meters tomorrow. So by the end of the tomorrow's day, we will have a complete 20 cubic meter done in couple of days, and then we go with the same pace for the next 3 days as expected, and on 5th day we'll be able to 50 cubic meters. That is called the corrective action. Yeah. Ravi, thank you. Yeah, approach, Shiva. Corrective approach. When you realize that something bad has happened and you need to correct it, so that you go corrective action. Preventive is when you take a proactive approach and you do it in anticipation of something wrong can happen, you do it because of that. So that is the preventive approach, proactive approach, or preventive actions. Yeah. Okay. Now focus here. Focus here. That's a very important process. Right. Are on right now. We are at direct and managed project work. Right. We are at direct and managed project work, and I have a chat window which is exactly in the middle of that. So see that yellow patch that would be in the middle of. So you can see all the inputs. You can see the tools and techniques and outputs. Yeah. Okay. So that and managed project work is the process of leading and performing the work defined in the project management plan to achieve the project objectives. Now, you take project management plan as an input. Of course, you need to take project management plan as an input. Because the plan, what you are following here, you agree here? Yes? Then you documents. Now, what are the project documents which comes in here? Project related to execution. The doc just like your work performance data, work performance report, because the work performance data is generated when you execute, which you are doing right now. Then goes to monitoring, control, all that becomes report, comes back in here. Process, because the cycle monitoring control back to execution, back to monitoring control, back to execution. You remember that? We talked about the tea making example. Yeah. Those documents, and you also have your risk related documents, you have your expectation related documents coming in, your stakeholder related documents coming in. All of these are the project documents which comes in here. The approved change request, quality related documents, of course, Arvind. Yes, thank you. Right, and have the approved change request. Now hang on, did we approve those changes? We just, correct? Got it. Control board, change control board is in monitoring and control. You see this as an input to manage project work. Yes, sir, this is not happening for the very first time. It's a cycle. Thank you so much. And hear that. Here flow that we started off yesterday. Yeah. Approved comes back into the address. Now when you make a conveyor, if that really correct, that is actually what is happening right now. Change request which says okay, go ahead Sachin, do 12 cubic meters tomorrow. So approved, it comes back here as an approved change request because that has to go into the execution. That has to be a part of the execution. Right? So that is the reason as to why you have approved change request here. As environmental factors in the OPA that go in. What do? We use the expert judgment. We use Microsoft Project Primavera, any PMIS, Project Management Information System. It doesn't say Excel, guys. It use something which is Project Management Information System, data manipulation system, right? Right? Best tool in the world when it comes to manipulating the data, right? Charts, graphs, all that. But not best of the tools when it comes to managing the projects. Yes, I'm an MVP of Excel, so I know the power of Excel, right? That's a powerful tool, but managers. So you use your expert judgment, you use the PMIS, and you use meetings. Use it for data gathering, not for the project management. Managing your activities, not for scheduling your project, not for applying your resources, not for optimizing your schedule, not for doing the value analysis, not for doing the critical path analysis. Process which don't have many of these. Yes, you encounter many of these that have EEFs and a few of them don't have OPA. Yeah. So you'll, okay. So you use your PMIS, use your expert judgment. What do you get as an output? Deliverables, guys. Now deliverables are getting achieved. So you remember this. Deliverable is an output of direct and managed project work. Now what is deliverable? Deliverable is the end result that you want to achieve in your project. Right? So it's a combination of the activities basically. So the activities are what? These are the independent individual, specific actions that you need to carry out in order to achieve the deliverables. These are all activities, right? And when you combine a few of those activities that achieve a deliverable for you, now you can only achieve the deliverables when you are executing the work. You agree here? Give me a yes. I'm giving you a storyline, and you remember this, and please write them. Make a note. I'm telling you of the deliverable. That what happens to the deliverable. So what happens to the you see, this was a part of your plan, your scope, actually a part of your WPS. Where the deliverable is born are in your WPS preparation, the breakdown structure, right? Yeah. An output of this process. Milestones are nothing but the deliverables again. Few of the important deliverables are marked as the milestones, correct? So achieving the deliverables here. Yes? Now, the deliverable is born when you develop your WBS, work breakdown structure. Define that what all things, what all deliverables that you want to achieve in your project. Some of those deliverables, the list of those deliverables comes here execution as a part of the project management plan. Because everything gets updated to the project management plan, we know this, right? Here. From here, we start achieving those deliverables. Planned in the WBS that I'm going to make wall 1. Now wall 1 come to execution and people started making wall 1. In 5 days, wall 1 was done. So we achieved the deliverable. That is what you see here. The output of direct and managed project work is deliverable. If it is clear to all of us, give me a yes. This data gathering as a tool or technique in this process, even though your work performance data as an output. Now that's a good question. Data gathering was done, and based on that data gathering only, we prepared a project management plan. So what all we are doing, you heard that quote, you plan your work and work on the plan. Planning your work, you need to have that data points. Once you have planned your work, you just need to work on the plan. So this at the site, this leak comes and works. He don't have to collect the data at this time. His owner must have collected the data that how much my horse can, hold, how fast he can run from X point to the Y point. Right? All that has been planned, and that where his owner is sure that my horse will take 5 days to do that. Now the execution, he only collects the work performance data. Whether he was able to do that much of work in day 1 or not. Now that data further go into the monitoring and control part where it will be turned into the reports, but separate story, right? The reason as to why in direct and managed project work, on integration level, you use the tool of data gathering. The gathering was done when you were at the planning, the part of project documents. So that's coming there. This is what Prasanna I'm saying here, right? The system, we have key in the data to generate the performance reports. To the reports, right now we are not at the reports. Right. We have the reports. Right? Reports will come in monitoring control. Let us go there and understand that. Let us not confuse ourselves. And guys, I would request you not to jump the guns, right? Don't jump from one topic to the other. Trust you me, you'll be really, really confused. All that would come up. All come up. So now we just need to agree here that it is working right now. His owner already did all the calculations, permutations, combinations, date actions at the time of planning, and really working on achieving the deliverables. Yeah. So you plan that. Thank you. And that at the time of the planning, you WPS, in the WPS you have deliverables. Deliverables comes in as a part of the project management plan as an input to direct and manage project work. Achieve those deliverables. Now what happens to this deliverable now? That he continues. So deliverable from here goes which is controlling quality. Your process controlling the quality. Control. Part of monitoring and control of the quality knowledge area. Knowledge area. In the monitoring and control, that's the only process, not the QA, the QC. QA is manage quality, which is a part of the execution. It is C that I'm talking about. So deliverable that you just achieved, guys, if you are writing this, the direct and manage project work, the deliverable that you achieve as output goes as an input to the process. Control process, guys. It goes control process. Now, as an output from quality control, this verified deliverable. So that I achieved a wall, then quality team came up. It's for the quality parameters, and this product as satisfactory, this deliverable as satisfactory, they put it on the checklist, verified. So the verification is internal. So internally we check that the quality of this wall is okay or not. And in the quality control, my people said, who were working the product, they said, oh, that's fine, sir, that's a good quality wall, right? That becomes verified deliverable, guys. Output of the control process, see that in the future when we'll come down there. The output is verified deliverable. Right now, no, this is controlling the quality, Gaurav. Quality. It is not managing. Managing is all about process and controlling is all about product. Can you remember this bit for me, please? Quality assurance. That is process that you are following. And you talk about quality control. That is the product that you are following. So the product quality assurance or manage quality is of the process. Process, you audit the process and you do the inspection. Control, you do the inspection. So now verified deliverable. Is that clear to us? We have verified deliverable. Now where that deliverable will go? They go as an input to a process which is called validating the scope. Happens with whom? You don't tell. That's an output. That's a very deliverable is an output of quality control. That is an input to that. Very deliverable is an output to that. Now, verified deliverable from there, and I hope you guys are mapping it, right? Verified deliverable the quality control will go as an input to validating the scope. Validation happens against the customer, correct? This is the story. Here's the complete story. You have control in the scope. You are validating the scope. This is the complete story. What happened is we find a deliverable, achieved that deliverable. That internally first, we in the quality control. To it is okay. Send it to the customer, validating the scope. And so the verified deliverable is an input validating the scope. Output would be accepted deliverable. Yes. Here's the SIT and validation is the UAT. You can see. But this is done when you have the complete module ready. But QA and validation can be done for every single deliverable that you achieve. But you can see like that. Subbu. Now, where right now? That is good an input for validating the scope. As an output of validating the scope, we have what? Accepted deliverable. Now, who's accepting that? The customer. Why? Remember the process interactions that we talked about yesterday, the graph that we talked about yesterday. The closing of the project actually start in the middle of the project. You remember that? Give me, please. Our first scope validation against the customer request happened there, and the customer accepted that deliverable. That becomes accepted deliverable. Yeah, and keep on achieving those deliverables in the direct and managed project work. We keep on validating it, verifying it internally in the quality control. Then once it is verified, it goes back to validating the scope. From validating the scope, it becomes accepted deliverable. Actually, accepted deliverable goes as an input in the closing process. There is a process in closing, right? That it goes as an input and final product, service, or result transition. That's the story about the deliverable. Deliverable for the WBS to closing process. That's the entire chain. So if you understand this chain today, you will never ever have any confusion in understanding the connection between the processes. If you do not understand this, you can never understand it in the future. No. Okay. Realize it. We are born in the WBS. That is in the scope management, right? Those are born. Deliverables are achieved where? Here's particular process. It's about direct and managed project work. Then these deliverables go for internal verification. Goes to the rolling process, quality control. They go as an input. It becomes verified deliverable. So the verification happens, becomes verified deliverables. Verified deliverables go as an input to the validation of the scope. They input it. They validated against the customer's requirement. Becomes accepted deliverable. Now, the accepted deliverable goes in as an input for closing the project process. As final product, service, or result transition. That is. Now, Gone has written it here. So 0.3 gives you deliverable, 8.3 gives you validation, then 5 gives you the approved, accepted, and then yes. Pretty. That story, guys. Do not forget this. Sir, that's clear to us, right? Monitoring is monitoring control. Just help you in passing the exam. achieve the deliverables here, guys. The first step is achieved, so you have the deliverables. Of course, you would have the work performance data. 8 cubic meters is work performance data, guys, right? That's why I was, I was supposed to do 10. Why 8? Because there was a breakdown in the machinery. And that is what I write inside the issue, correct? So that's an issue. Change request. Yes, there is a change request because so I do a change in the scheduling. So there is a request in the execution. You guys are able to connect to what I'm saying here, guys? Management plan update. So what you update, why output not in the control. That would be an output from the monitoring control as well. Yes, on with me, Fazil. So it is an output because of the execution. Because I know when I have the data, which is 8 cubic meter, I know there might be the things that need to change. Because other factors, you see, please remember that direct and managed project work is happening at the integrated level. Integrated level. So there might be changes because of the resources which are working in the project, which is a part of execution, onboarding the resources, developing the team, manage the team. Because of that, you might have a change request, but again will be treated here at the direct and managed project work only at the integration level. You agree on this? There might some other execution processes which are going on, and which you have a change request, which comes back again here at the execution level, at the integration level, right? So you have that as an output. So that you would always have the change request in almost all the execution and monitoring control processes. That's okay. They have the project management plan update. Now, what is the project management plan update that you are doing in execution? Update project plan updated as on today. They're done 2%, 3%, 5%, 10%. For completion, basically. That management plan update here. Right. In process. Project documents update. Your risk register gets updated. Your stakeholder register gets updated. Or any other document that you need to update when you are in execution. So the project documents update. And you have organizational process assets update. To read this as OPA update, not as an OPA. Yes. Please read that as organizational process assets update. Why? Because during the execution there is a lot of learning. There is on daily basis. You agree here? Yeah? Some every single day. And to update that into your OPA. So that again, you get mistake again. That is you did in direct and managed project work, PMU, scope change or any other change will also in PMU. Project management plan. Is that? Yes, Patriot. Because what you are doing is you are accepting the approve change request, right? When you are accepting the approve change request, the management plan would be updated, correct? With those, that is what they are. I said it has both the things, right? It has the progress and it also has the change requests which are getting incorporated here. Okay. 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 So direct and managed project work, guys. So the process motion of what we are doing in direct and managed project work. Direct and manage, the project manager focuses on team development and coordination, because the maximum number of processes in execution in resource management. We have 3 processes there, which is about onboarding the resources, then developing a team, then managing a team. Right? 3 things that you do. So you ensure appropriate training, reference material, availability of the experts, coordinate efforts within the team, resolve conflicts and issues with internal, external groups or contractors, 5 minutes meetings. So that you do when you are managing your team development, interacting with the other stakeholders, following up your communication plan, for stakeholder engagement plan, reporting the matrices, reporting the progress, reporting requirements as defined in the communication plan. These are the things that you are doing in directing and managing the project work. Now, while you are managing your project, there is a huge amount of learning happening. So that the box 6 has a new process, and they manage the project knowledge. So what they do is they manage the amount of knowledge that you are gathering in this particular project, right? So knowledge management of the project basically. That they have a process here. So we're gonna talk about it in just a bit. So during manage the project manager also focuses on plan monitoring, plan versus the actual completion dates, determining the task updation status, right? Called quality management. So the quality in all deliverables compliance with the processes. That means the quality assurance. Knowledge management is not only the lessons learned. So lessons learned is a part of the knowledge management. Knowledge management is a subset of it. Lessons learned is a subset of it. Yeah. So knowledge management is basically more of a mechanism in order to manage the knowledge of your project so that you can make sure that this knowledge is used for the next projects that you have, that you do or somebody else does, right? So that it is. Okay. So overall quality management, quality in all deliverables and compliance with the processes. Management, identifying the risk, implementing mitigation strategies, communicating the risk, scope and the product change management, implement the process, look unauthorized changes, ensure scheduling changes are incorporated and complete. You see, so on all, although there are only 10 processes, there is a lot of work that you actually do in the execution, because that is the time when the entire action is happening. People are running here and there, working. Reminds me of my IPL days, when that match day or a day prior to the match day, almost since morning 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock at night, we are running in the stadium from this to that side, all the things, making sure that everything is in place, everything is settled, So happens. Although we have only 10 processes in that, but a lot of stuff that happens, a lot of things that happens, right? So that you do in direct managed project work. Continue with this. You come down to facilitate the project meetings and performance reviews. That means you are to play the cricket. I was the project manager for one of my IP franchise teams, Anderson. Yeah, project manager for Kolkata Knight Riders. So that's the franchise. So that's owned by Mr. Shah Rukh Khan. If you heard about him, yeah. No, but US, right? Kenya. Okay, so you may not know it because if you were from US, you would know SRK. About it later. Not a concern right now. We'll come back to this. Okay, so again, direct managed project work, ladies and gentlemen, facilitating the project meetings and performance reviewing in terms of communication management. Following up the communication plan, execute the stakeholder engagement and management plan, document inputs from meetings and communications with the stakeholders and the team members, implementing the progress and the performance. Now, good. You remember I said that documenting the progress. So project plan updated as on today. What that you have done today, right? So documenting the progress, right? After the project records in terms of communication management and deliverables management, right? So what deliverables that we have achieved, then send those deliverables to quality control team, get the right, send them to scope, when department, get verified by the customer, they will be approved, go back into closing. The series keep going, right? Then execution. So the execution, the project leadership is a critical success factor. The manager must lead the project team and stakeholders with respect to the project. Actual prerequisites, I have a question in the previous slide, scope, was mentioned in direct and manage the project work, but in the framework under the scope management, there is no process. Oh, that's a fair question. Let me go back here. Okay, so it is right here. Product change management. So it is saying scope change management and product change management. It is saying scope management. So it is saying product or the scope change management. So change management is a part of the execution, right? Because you have to do those workshops, you have to communicate with the customer, you need to communicate with the internal team, you need to, deliver those trainings, maybe a bit of demonstration about the changes which are done into the system. So that it is talking about, right? In process, the new updated process, look for unauthorized changes, or the schedule changes are incorporated and completed, right? If you look at those, it is more of angle of the change control, right? Angle of the scope, yeah, scope or the changes in the product, the change basically, yeah. Okay, problem. That's all. Okay. The project manager must lead the project team and stakeholders with respect to the project in terms of actual prerequisites for project success is the PM's ability to lead project team in what can be an unstructured environment, which can be, very unstructured environment, right? Provide leadership throughout each phase of the project to motivate team members, ensuring consistent interpretations of the requirements, keep the project on schedule and within the budget, ensure all the milestones which are deliverables are met. You see, here again, and this is what I said earlier as well, that milestones are nothing but the deliverables, because it is saying we make sure all the milestones, that is deliverables, are met, right? So even roles that you need, you in the planning, in organizing and coordinating, motivating and rolling, directing the team. So this is the importance of the leadership which is shown here in this particular slide. Now to the project knowledge. So as I said, knowledge is a very, very essential area, and that is why this is a new process now. That is which has been added here in the project management framework. So managed project knowledge is the process of using existing knowledge to create new knowledge to achieve project objectives and to contribute to the organizational knowledge base for future efforts. Now, just hear this again. Once, what it is saying? Saying that your existing knowledge, right? To use your existing knowledge to new knowledge to achieve the project objectives. What you already have with you as an experience from the last project, you that in order to learn something new from the project, and you again go and update that, so comes business as usual for the next one, right? And you use that knowledge, which would be known as your existing knowledge, to come up with some new knowledge, right? And this is how you keep on moving in your becoming more and more experienced with, more knowledge about the things. Now, if talk about life cycle, so we life cycle in project management. We're not given here right now, but you would read about that when you go to the scope. That cycle is called data, information, knowledge, wisdom cycle. We get data, information, DIKW. This is the life. Data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. Now, suggest is that data, which is the raw data, which we just saw in the previous process. So it was the output. You remember that? Work performed was an output there, right? So that in turn becomes information. So when you put that into perspective, it's information. And that information later becomes your knowledge. Knowledge becomes your wisdom. You agree here? Yeah. So that will be the information will become your knowledge, and your knowledge will become your wisdom. Right? It's called DIKW cycle. Right? This process, the project knowledge process, is very important for your knowledge. That is where your knowledge, you keep accumulating that knowledge, and that will in turn will become your later on, right? What goes in? So you have the project analysis is typically at the end of the project, and manage project knowledge are same. Not exactly our own, but similar. Because the project analysis that you do at the end of the project, it is only to update the records, right? If you talk about the knowledge management, that's a mechanism which is there in your organization. Basically, your information management, knowledge management system. It's from that perspective. That's the only difference. Yeah. Those that you have achieved during the execution. Because every deliverable that you achieve gives some learning. Do you learning is updated into your lessons learned and the OPAs? Not you are also considering, already considering that so as a part of your deliverables and the project documents. Yeah. Because the output, the deliverable that you have achieved based on the work performed. So, and you were, because you achieved it. That means the strategy that you used after using your work performance data and active and preventive actions that you used, they actually worked out, and that's why you achieved that deliverable, right? So management plan goes in, guys. The project documents. Now, project documents are all execution related documents right now. All related to the execution. That may very well have the work performance information, the previous reports, previous data, everything. Right? Now, the lessons learned register, which specifically are maintaining for this project, the one that you are doing right now. Right? And the OP update that you are doing, the organizational process update that you are doing, what you are doing at the organizational level. Yeah, in ITSM turn, in this incident, RCA change, issue fix, published KM article. Yes, absolutely, Goel. But let us not quote two different philosophies here, because here's what is happening. You use user case study, your stories, you use words like those. So at times two different methodologies actually merge together. I understand that, you can understand that, but people who have not read, say, Agile or Scrum will be confused, right? So also have lessons learned as a part of it at the enterprise level. Lessons learned register that you see as an output here, it is on the project level. You understand, Vasu? Knowledge is the process. PA update is the end result. Knowledge is the process do in order to do the OPA update and maintain your lessons learned register. You can tell me. I don't. Is it to all of us? Yeah. Your text. Okay. Aren't they doing the same thing? Hey, so now hear me out. At least 60 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Now, then put of something, the process, right? So manage knowledge. That knowledge is the process by which you will achieve the organizational process as it is update. Tell you. K do the OPA. K have an input to the OPA. Not the input is basically more of a tool technique. Well. Yeah. Now you Who was? Yeah. Okay. That is your expert judgment. You use the knowledge management. Knowledge management can be any tool, just like ranging from Microsoft Dynamics to just different tools, right? Available nowadays. The online tools as well. Then you have implemented tools as well. Your knowledge management, just like if few people does it even in Jira's or some content management systems that they have, so they use them to manage their knowledge bases. The information management system, again, very, very specific to the organization. Personal and team skills, that is what your skills are. So what you do, you update your lessons learned register, you update your project management plan, and update your OPA. So what you are doing is you are preserving the knowledge. What is the core purpose of this process, guys? The purpose is that you have that knowledge preservance mechanism in your organization so that you can turn this knowledge into your wisdom. That and you can help organization updating their knowledge base for the future efforts. That's objective. Is objective clear to all of us? We use different techniques. We use Word and Excel sheets. We can something else for that. What's the core intent? That's the core idea, that your learnings should not only remain with you by the other people. Life is too short to learn everything from your own mistakes. You need to start learning from the mistakes done by the others. You get this? Philosophy, right? Old, just like me, you're speaking philosophical things. Oh, that is knowledge. Let's read this here. It says the project knowledge is broken into explicit and tacit knowledge. Now you would understand it. You have two different knowledges here, right? So you have the explicit knowledge and you have the tacit knowledge as intended to increase the organizational success factors as well as achieve the project objectives. Now the explicit knowledge is the information that can be easily documented and communicated. Notes basically. These are the data pointers. And these are easy. You just need to write those reports, send them across our mail. So that knowledge is easy. Right? That knowledge, although, is personal and difficult to communicate, just like your expertise, your rights, your experiences, your sixth sense. Sometimes I can actually assume there is something bad going to happen in my project. Because of experience, because of my expertise, because of the kind of wisdom that I carry. Right? Now that would be difficult to teach somebody, isn't it? You can somebody that how you can look this wall if you see that. You get because of your level of wisdom that you have. Beyond that, you can see what is coming. Right? The other person may or may not level of wisdom. Right? The tacit knowledge, guys. You can hear me, right? Okay. Both knowledge are required for the project knowledge. Ensure that tacit and explicit knowledge are used before, during, and after the project development. Knowledge is more than lessons learned, change request, and risk. Knowledge management is the complete mechanism. It's the mechanism that you have in order to preserve the knowledge. It is not only about lessons learned, not change request or the risk. It is about how you transfer the tacit knowledge and the explicit knowledge to the patient in the future, right? We need to come up and start taking responsibilities in the project. Right? Just managing the project knowledge. Then you move out to monitoring and control. Now that would be a couple of those processes are very, very interesting. Now, yes, you can use. Yep. Monitoring and controlling the project work, ladies and gentlemen. Controlling the project work. Doing. Now we are achieving those deliverables. Correct, guys? And we are achieving that work performance data. So data and have those deliverables with us. Now we come to monitoring control and see if there are some variances, right? So monitoring controlling project work is the process of tracking, reviewing, and regulating the progress to the performance objectives defined in the project management plan. So see and review and regulate the progress of the project, meet the project performance objectives. So what is in? So you have the project management plan, the project documents, performance information. You see bigger control. So you remember that when you monitoring controlling in the process flow, you remember the diagram. We had the work performance data and converted that work performance information when we said, okay, so we are delayed by, we are behind by 2 cubic meters, right? Now performance information basically become part or an input to our variance analysis. You remember that part? Analysis, we said, okay, so we need to present our findings and recommendations to the ECB along with the change request. Yes? The process, that is where you have performance information coming in as an input. The output of execution process. Right. Now this is where you already converted performance data to work performance information by analyzing it to the context. By that I'm delayed by 2, right? Work performance information is an input and performance report is an output. You remember the DPR, progress report? Yes? Which DPR? That is you're going to get out of this process of monitoring control and work process. Right? Work performance information, because this is a monitoring control happening, so you already have the work performance data converted into information. Your agreements, now tell me, why need agreements here in module? Monitoring control. Customer. No. Customer. No. They keep a check on your vendor's performance well, right? So you're doing the yes. So the control and doing it for your internal team, would you not also do it for your for your vendors? Yes or no? Yeah. When you yes, so I took inputs when I was preparing the project management plan. I took inputs from the agreements. That's okay. But I put the entire agreement as a part of the project management plan. No. I have proper agreements which I run with my vendors, my contractors, and to check whether their performance is as per the agreement or not, do them here as an input. Yeah. You have the enterprise environmental factors and OPA coming in. What do? You use expert judgment and data analysis. What is the data analysis? Can we say that these agreements are project specific? These agreements are with the vendors. So they can be the MSAs which are working in this project and some other project as well. They do shared resources as well, Gaurav. So I not say that specific to the project, but the agreements that I need to check their performance against. Yes? Performance against these agreements. That's all. Okay. You use for judgment, you use decision making. Now decision making means what? That group decision making and group creativity techniques. And we'll do group decision making, creating creativity techniques in our next class. When we about the scope, we'll talk group decision making, group creativity. So don't worry. Okay. Then yes are done here in monitoring controlling. They are controlled, documented. Everything is done here. Because you have a process which is below. You have your process maps with you, right? So when you go to the procurement, you are controlling the procurement as one of the processes. You have controlment as one of the processes, right? No, change request will not be an output. Why you guys are jumping so much? Don't jump. You change request, but you very soon. So do not just stay with me. If you to be confused, jump then. Otherwise, else. Now, just focus on what I'm saying here, right? So, your expert judgment, use group decision making, group creativity techniques. To group decision making, creativity techniques in the chapter. Don't worry. Analysis. Now, what is the data analysis that one does when he's in monitoring control? You tell me. Data analysis. You do variance analysis. Part in which you check what is the schedule variance, what is the cost variance, what is the scope variance. That is what you do in analysis here. And fix. So when you go into scope, you will go into the work variances. When you go into the cost, you will go into the cost variances. When you go into schedule, you will go into schedule variances. That is right. Analysis, yes. But vendor performance is again is the agreement that they have, right? So you're going to do, and you're going to use your expert judgment, and you're going to meet them. What work performance information change request again? Now, so you have couple of change requests. One is coming out of the execution, coming out from the monitoring control. Is it a bit clear to all of us, guys? Yeah. So change request as an output of execution, direct managed project work, and then you have a change request as I put here in monitoring control. So let's read about it. What control does? So let's read. So during monitoring controlling the project work, the project manager focuses on evaluating the work performance. Bingo. So this is what we said. Doing the variance analysis. Oh my goodness. Did we talk variance analysis just a while back? Yes? Right? Monitors and evaluate the report on the variances. Evaluate for impact and correct if necessary. Evaluate trending work performance and project status to look for indicators in the project variables. Value management, forget about this point right now. Just value management. So I'm actually skipping this, and you see right inside C to EV minus AC, S to EV minus PV. You see those? On the record that we skipped earned value analysis when we were in monitoring and control. We will come back to earned value analysis. When we will be controlling the cost. Process in monitoring control again. The management will come there. I'm not going into earned value at all right now. So I said, right? Then in monitoring control, we also update the lessons learned, generate the real-time lessons learned, current and the future efforts. Additional approaches for future efforts may result into scheduling modifications in terms of corrective or preventive actions or fast tracking the schedule, optimization, or the implementation of mitigation plans. So these are the things that we did in monitoring control. We saw what are the variances. If there are variances, we planned for corrective and preventive actions. We optimized our schedule. At times, if needed, fast track the schedule as well. Implemented those mitigation plans. So all of that is done in monitoring control project work, right? These are the key things to remember. That execution gives us deliverables and change requests. Monitoring control gives us reports, work reports, and change requests. Is that all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Now, we take those change requests, guys, and not only from here, from control and execution, any other subsidiary process in execution, any subsidiary process in monitoring control, whenever you see something called change request, it will come back and hit on a process which is in here. From integrated change control, and that answers all your questions. Integrated change control is the process of reviewing all change requests and all the change requests process, upping and managing changes to the project deliverables, project documents, project management plan, and communicating the decisions that belongs to monitoring and controlling process group. So that adds the last domino piece into the workflow diagram that we discussed yesterday as the very first thing. You remember that? The CBN communication and going back into execution, that bit for the domino, there you go guys. That last part from integrated change control. That is request you not to jump runs, right? Just with me, we'll come there. So perform integrated change control. So we take project management plan, project documents, work performance information. What is the fourth input? Change request. Adding Prasanna, Shakil, Padmani. All those changes are coming here, guys. Okay? Coming here. Change request coming in as an input. OPA and EEF, of course. Whoa. You export judgment, data analysis. The data analysis part that you use here is called impact analysis. Make a note. This is in integrated change control. It's CCB. It is CCB itself, the change control board. Which is the change control tool? Change control tools. Which the decision making, group creativity techniques, and which does the meetings. And as a result of that, you approve change request going out as an output. Now this approved change request is going in as an input, Rafi. Is the reason why it is coming as an output. It is CCB. You see the change control tool? Tools is a set of procedures, a mechanism with every organization, and I just told you about that a while back. So I said whenever there is a change request, goes to CCB, we do impact analysis, then we check, how is the impact, can we accept that, can we not accept that, if accepted, becomes accepted, goes back into execution. That is the CCB. That is the change control tool. That's the feature that we have, right? Here it goes into execution as an input, right? And from execution you would have output as a change request. Monitoring control you would have output as a change request. Both of them would hit here as the input in integrated change control. From here they get approved, goes back into execution, goes to change request. Change request comes here, becomes approved, goes back, and it's a circle which keeps on rotating as the project is running. That's guys. So the two different cycles right now which are moving. Cycles. What are those? One is the cycle of the change request, and one is the cycle of the deliverable. And both are different. Correct? Is it to us? Do we still? Okay. So you understood the story of the deliverables, right? And that was the story about. Yeah. That. Approved change request going out as an output. Then you have the project management plan updates and the documents update. In process understood to all of us, give me a yes. Okay, take your change control. Then you management process. You give a change or determine that a change has occurred or is necessary. You hit the impact. You identify and analyze the alternatives. Then you mind the impact on the cost, schedule, and the resources. Then propose or review with the change control board. It's the change control mechanism that you have in your organization. My organization follows exactly 100% similar change control mechanism, right? And B is the final committee decides, yeah, the change and not to accept the change. Now, so the text about integrated change control is telling you the project seldom runs according to the plan. Seldom, right? It is not twice. Where it is twice? Evaluate of the change, then identify the alternatives. This is so this is the impact of that particular change on the project right now. When it went and identified it against the alternatives that I have, that the next one is the impact on by going and taking those alternatives and seeing if there is any further impact. And yeah, I understood that. Be same as the board used for service management, very similar, not precisely exact, very similar. Change and the impact of it, right? One is our identified different alternatives. What the impact of going into those alternatives? Yeah, so for analysis of all possible changes. Okay. Point is impact of the change to the benefit evaluated at every deliverable point. So whenever you achieve a deliverable, that point wherein you basically go back and check what should have been done and what has been done. The and yeah, you okay. So let's integrated change control for a better understanding. The only constant thing in the world is change. Do you agree? Yes. The more world is change. And been said in one of our holy textbooks, the Gita. Yeah, that's the most constant thing in the world is change. And Gita was written 5,500 years back. Identifying that a change needs to occur or has occurred. In factors that circumvent the change control, review and approve the changes. May approve changes for monitor when and how the changes occur, analyze the risk impact, source and seek change approval. See, sponsor or stakeholder, anybody can approve this, right? That depends on kind of organizational structure that you are working in. Only the approved change and update the project document. The cost, the risk, the quality, and the change. Now, the project documents update, ladies and gentlemen. Set your schedule, you update your cost, you update your risk, your quality plan, you update your change log. So that the project documents update that happens in the change control. Now, our business scenario, guys. I want you guys to read this business scenario and tell me the solution to this. Okay. You're project manager of a new corporate initiative that is focused on rising and reclassifying the staffing positions in its design division. The plan has been developed initially there are some challenges as the teams adjusted to the new staffing positions. However, you worked with the teams to provide insight on their roles and responsibilities, and everything is now progressing smoothly. The past five project team review meetings have shown that you are on schedule and 5% under the budget. You are on schedule and 5% under budget. Now are preparing a project status report for the upcoming meeting with the project sponsor. You are positive and cited your project status despite of the rocky start. Unfortunately, the meet with the project sponsor does not go as planned. You are informed by the sponsor that the deadline for the project needs to be moved up 30 days and budget will remain the same. So he wants you to do the project 30 days earlier but within the same budget. The sponsor has asked you to submit a plan of action on how you would accomplish the new deadline. What should you do? What do guys? Team the alternative resource replan plan agency plan. Yeah. What is I'm gonna first look into the triple constraint theorem of my project. I'll the time and the cost and the scope that I have. Do I have the options to cut a few things from the scope? Or do I have a few things that I can from the schedule and not compromising on the quality, right? Analysis first and use the CCB change control mechanism, right? Put those changes, impact of it. Yes, I would study the impact of the earlier work as well. So that's a very valid point. Because if I would have been in this situation, although, you know, because it says I need to move up 30 days, changing the cost of it. So I get more resources because I don't have the cost for that. Right? So tough situation, but as a triple constraint, as an alternate, right? Let's say, okay, schedule a team meeting. Okay, just give me one quick second, please. So I just minimize the chat window here. There you go. You need to discuss your strategy and plan for implementing the changes. After reviewing your change management plan, you should first look onto the remaining work to be completed to assess what it would take to complete these activities. There is the triple constraint, bingo, scope, budget, and schedule, and other measurable constraints such as quality matrix, risk reassessment, and resources. They'll be able to brainstorm and analyze how to adjust the calendars accordingly. If there are opportunities to reduce the scope, oh my goodness, did I say that? Work and still meeting the budgetary constraints. Yeah. After the problem using the triple constraint and change management processes, you will be able to create a new viable plan of action so that you will both meet the new deadlines and compromising on the integrity of the deliverables. Oh my God. You triple constraint and the change control process is the great framework for the changes and making the decisions around that. Thought process were quite similar to this, and the good thing is most of you actually were thinking the same way. Yeah, your way of thinking was very very similar because I saw Goel's response, I saw Padma's response. So you guys were very very close in that because you again what how will not increase the cost. I mean these are the resources, so I can actually request them that but we need to do it is and that is why it is saying if there is an opportunity to work and still meet the budgetary constraints, so it's within the available budget that I have. Yeah, and stretch. Yeah, that's a work as usual for us, isn't it? to take up those classes for how long? But you again need to see the first and foremost you need to use your triple constraint to identify what are the opportunities here. That is with right. Okay. Okay. Finally, you move on to close the project or the phase. The process of integration management. The process of finalizing all activities, project phase or the contract that belongs to the closing process. The only process that what goes in the project charter, the project management plan, documents, accepted deliverables. From deliverables are coming, guys. From are coming. Scope. Some validation of the scope. So deliverables are going in as an input for validating the scope. After deliverables are coming up, validating the scope, and they then comes here as an input. Business agreement, procurement documents. You need to close everything. This is why you need those procurement documents to do final closure. You need agreements in order to close them. All the business documents, the project related documents related to performance of the vendors, related to the data points that we have, related to the statistics, management plan, all the updates that we did in the project management plan, project with high level of information. I know that what expert judgment, data analysis part that we do here, that is called negotiations. Now you would be wondering that negotiations takes place in closing the project. What was that? In closing, yes. That's with the vendor. Those you are, I can show him that you were not meeting the performance, so I'm going to deduct $1,000 from your final payment. Come on, sir, I'll die if you remove $1,000. Okay, let for $800 then. And I end up saving $800 for my company. So it happens in all the projects. In all variance analysis and monitoring control. Now the negotiations here. No, that don't worry. That's both. The vendor already billed me too high. Knows that the negotiations would happen. If he gets $800, it's a profit of $600 to him. Yeah. So when that easy people, right? So now you have after meetings and everything, you update the project documents and you go. You have the final product, service, or result transition. So the starts from the project team to the operations team. So to the operations, right? Final report, the closure report. You all would be submitting the final report of your project, right? You submit your report, which goes records, and then you OP update, organizational process update. So you have those learnings back into the project organizational project management database, right? Now after process, I feel some satisfaction. It feels as if that I started my project charter today and achieved my end result today. The integration management, isn't it? So you did the project charter and product, service, or result. Isn't it feeling? The entire project management cycle, the entire cycle. We saw change request, we saw approved request, we put that into, we verified the deliverables, we get them approved, we got them accepted by the customer. Fine, come here as accepted deliverables. when we were executing and controlling it? Of course it is, Subbu, because what we do, that's the most tense time when you that and control that. You know, high of relief now. We can develop product services result transition. Read about the other scenario here. Got another scenario for you guys. Process is understood, right? Correct? Yes. Okay, good. Okay. The ABC fencing line of business has been progressing a couple of years and is now ending. The new line of business is ready for go live date and become a new service option for the company. In a week of work on the project schedule, only 10 of the 50 team members involved in the life of the project are needed to complete remaining tasks that take it live. You have already been assigned your next project, which starts in 4 weeks, and are starting to transition into new responsibilities. What you should be concerned about as you try to close your project? What is concern right now? None of you are even close to it. Yeah, one now. Abhan Arvind, thank you so much for that. People, I have only 10 people left, right? Myself is transiting into some other role. Who would OPA update, man? Should know. It should be, but it's your concern because you don't do OPA update yourself, do you? You don't take it very seriously, right? The OPA update, not right? Yes. You you should see this because that will help the organization and help you know the final submissions, the final OP updates, the repositories, all that needs to be done right. Okay. See, many of the other team members leaving the project, you need to ensure that they contribute to the lessons learned process before they leave. Right? Some members could be apprehensive about contributing because they do not see the value or benefit in this process and feel you could have done it yourself. A lot of team members think that the project manager could have done it himself, right? In that, you explain that lessons learned and historical information are valuable because they give insight and a potential starting point for the new projects, right? You should inform the team that this is also the part of updates to organizational process assets is necessary to close the project formally. Will still be part of close. Yes, it would be Gaurav. So were you answering somebody else, right? Answering what my yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that is and this chapter that was a huge chapter, 7 processes. Last question. What difference between CMP, CCM, change management and configuration management? Ah, very good. Now, change control management is the mechanism to control the changes, whereas configuration management is more about technical aspects. It is more about the versions of the software that you are using, or technical features, technical characteristics of product or service that you are using. Right? That comes under configuration management, where change control is more of the changes that you are doing to the project, to the level. Version control, the configuration management system. Okay, a few questions. change which of the following is the most important for project manager to focus on? Read the question carefully, then answer it. And bravos and deltas, all three options. None of the alpha though, but all the bravos. Yeah. So the answer is Charlie here. Prevent uncontrolled changes. So yes, and if that has to happen, then you record the change. Then you inform your project sponsor of the change. Right. As the first thing, you put uncontrolled change. Okay. So that's that. Correct, Charlie. That's a project. You are informed that the resources promised at the beginning of the project are no longer available. Congratulations. As manager, what would you do? Okay. Hours. Hours. Yeah. Bravo. Evaluate the impact of not having the promised resources. Because first and foremost, you need to evaluate to know what is the impact. Then you can take preventive actions or corrective actions. Correct? So that's the point. Akka is known for requesting numerous changes to the project. You are assigned as the project manager for this customer's new project. What would you do in the beginning of the project to manage this customer? A lot of wonder. Bravo. Pankaj goes with Alpha. Sarkar, check who is the customer manager. From him, customer's past record. What would with that? The doesn't know it. If he doesn't know about this thing, inform him out, right? Right? Be fair to the customer a few times. Come on. You, Charlie is there. Well, send a copy. Send the customer a copy of your change control procedure. He already has a copy. He's an existing customer, right? He the only choice that you have is Bravo. Involve as early in the project as possible. All three are. Rest of them are bogus answers. So the answer is Bravo. Yeah. Okay. Who forms project integration, guys? That's a pretty. Yep. So correct. That's Bravo, the project manager. He project integration. As a what would you do if you receive a change request that does not impact the project schedule? Charlie's Bravo. A lot. Okay. So you're gonna go to the change control board. Okay. Let us the change control board. The change control board will say. They ask you, okay, Sachin, if that does not impact the schedule, what else it impacts? Isn't it? So as you need to do, effect on the other project constraints first, go that data to the change control board. Does sound logical to you? So the answer is yeah, right, sir. Okay, you are assigned as a project manager of a project that is halfway through execution. You meet the customer and informs him that the project is within the baselines, but the customer informs you that he is not happy with the performance of the project. What you should do first? So you are, by the way, you are in the middle of the project. The meet the customer. Customer kicks you. He project. This thing you're gonna do. Oh, the do not know customer's concern. You why he's angry. Do you? Yes, he's angry. It's like everything is fine because if it isn't based, correct? Yeah. Then okay, probability is that the first thing that would do, you would meet your team. You will say, I'm a new guy. I don't know much about this project. Let's just say it. Let me tell me, let me ask you why the customer is so frustrated. Happy with this. So the next you are, you know, in them, right? So the answer is alpha here. Right? You are in project and one of the developer tells you that he added a new feature that he heard the sponsor talking about in a hallway conversation. The developer did the work after hours and it does add a lot of value to the solution. How manage this? So that's a very good chap. He worked overnight, he worked after hours, and he did that feature without impacting the scope, the schedule, the cost. He that actually adds a lot of value to the software. What do you think? Tell the developer to immediately back the change it was not approved and explain that any change must be reviewed and approved before implementing. Actually, take it roll back because rollback would be like too hard. So that worked, and he has done a brilliant work. So document that as a change request. Yeah, a change request. I'll say, okay, son, I'm not very sure whether it is going to be accepted or not. Let me take it as a change request and let me recommend this to ensure document is approved. Right? Take it to the CCB, and I would say that this is what has been added by app, and that adds a lot of value. Right? Okay. Let's bravo here, guys. So that's bravo. No, that is because this chap is not schedule. He's not expecting this, cost of the project. He's taking overtime. You know. Yeah. Next time you think something to be added, come back to me and let's have a discussion first. That's fine. Yeah. It on a copy of it, right? Not so that be on a test server. It would server. Yeah, it is. I don't recommend it, guys. Talk to as a project manager. I actually not recommend. But once this has happened, I will roll it back just like that because I can see that it adds the value. I would definitely go back to this chap and say, son, you have to listen to me. Right? You listen to me, buddy. So if you plan to do something like that, let us discuss. And if we find it better, we'll raise it as a change request. We'll go back to the see if it is approved. We'll implement that, right? But do not doubt me knowing about it. Now you are coming up and saying, okay, you see how good that looks like. That looks good. That's fantastic work, buddy. Right? But right process. Yeah. And last, what makes project integration management among the other 10 knowledge areas? That's simple. Yeah, it's alpha that goes through all 5 process groups. That is unique. Okay, let's view the key takeaways from this chapter now. Project integration management involves unification, consolidation, articulation. Anybody who is like 8 out of 8 actions that are crucial for successfully completing the project. Yeah, got 8 correct. And 8. 8 out of 8. That's it. Derek got 7. James got 7. Mr. Goix 7. That's pretty awesome. That's awesome. Say very good. Awesome. Very good. Okay, takeaways. So the project integration management involves unification, consolidation, articulation, and integrative actions that are crucial for successfully completing the project. Integrative project activities is the key role of the project manager. The project team focuses on completing the project activities, and the sponsor protects the team against the unsolicited changes. Benefit measurement methods ascertain the cost and benefits of making the project, while constraint optimization methods rely on mathematical modeling for selecting the best project that achieves the business objective. Various project integration management processes are: develop the project charter, develop the project management plan, manage project work, manage the knowledge, controlling the project work, perform integrated change control, and closing the project or the how we need to get PMP pass out of 200. I believe 150. Or I would say if 150 correct, you be examination. 100 exam. I am saying, right? Practice exams at your LMS. Go back and you see them, please. You end this chapter. For further reading, you can do exercise number 4, 5, and 6, which is given along with your handbook, uh, which is your download section. Please do that. Integration management, we're going to start with the scope management, but can we do it today? It is 1:15 already. So, till 1, right? So, we are overshooting by what, 19 minutes now? I did. Oh, sorry. We are over minutes already. Sorry. No problem. We'll end it here. You didn't too. Enthusiasm. That's good. Let's close this and quickly run that presentation. Yeah. And call it a day for today, and I'll see you the next week. And I want you guys to read before you come to the next week. We're going to start with the scope management, right? But I really request you, urge you, shared in PM templates. What app? Yes, right. All the templates that I've given you. Okay, no. That is not a part of the template. That's a separate document. But if you want, I can give it to Mukesh and he can send it to you. Yeah. So that is not a part of the templates. Templates are only the templates, guys. Nothing else. So Mukesh, please sure that you study. This message is intentionally. Okay. Oh, so let's connect later. Let's see. Hmm. Now requirement, yes. Okay. Thank you so much for joining in. You can you know enjoyed today's class. So I enjoyed it. I believe it was a good discussion. We had asked all the stories of ranging from deliverables to the change request, all those, everything was done. All 7 processes. We understood things that you could possibly do in project when you are managing a project, right? The way you handle the project, the way I handle the execution, monitoring, control, everything. Right? Talked about it. Thank you so much again, and you can further get in touch with us at support simply talk and question answer session. Right? If you loved today's session, please. So if you liked it, please 9 or 10, and don't rate anything beyond 9 because that is unsatisfactory. Then the question comes on me that why people were happy. So if you liked it, then please go ahead and give. Right? Share about us. If you love us, then us with your Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, anywhere. Also, to 5 chapters next week, Pankaj. So, write a review about us at queratrustfile@mouthchat.com. And if you want to give an on-camera testimonial, please know my media team will be more than happy to make an appointment with you for this. Thank you so much for session. Have ahead and please read, right? You once you come before you come back. Alpha, say a nice week. What is this, right? We get calculative questions on PV and PV. Very simple one. Yes. So yes, you get them, but these are very simple ones. And maybe you should try tomorrow. It takes about 48 hours to be updated. Support for Simplylearn website. Who should I contact? Just a mail to Mukesh at Simplylearn. That's the best guy. Mukesh.net. He can get rid of all those chapters will be covered in next week. Capitals. Do not write capital letters, Pankaj. Not right. So 5 chapters next week. Yes, you can join. So I got class going in the evening. I got the one that we have right now at classes. So you can get in touch with Simplylearn and can know what are my scheduled classes, and you can join any of those classes. Okay. Hey, Jay. Night. Hmm. Bye bye. Massively learn support team Sachin Goswami signing off.